Into the Element 6 Invitational by EXE and eSwap. Today, we seek out the 10 excellent invited teams here in EMEA to join alongside yesterday's 10 qualifying rosters to compete for the grand prize of 1,500 euros. Of course, I am Zephyr, and today I am joined by the lovely Dandro as we work our way through the action.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Unfortunately, Tiff is feeling a little sick. Should have been her here. I know you guys probably all would have much preferred her, but hey, I'm here. I'm super excited to be alongside Zephyr and watch these 20 teams compete because I tuned in a little bit yesterday into some of the qualifiers that were going on, and it was a bloodbath. And I am super excited to see how do these qualified teams stack up against our invited squads here in our 6 games going on today.
I like that word of choice. Bloodbath is everything and more when it came down to the action that we got the chance to see coming out of yesterday's games. Because up until the very last moment, it wasn't entirely solidified who was going to come out on top. And we saw shifts in the general scoring up until those final moments. So I expect somewhat of the same today, even if they are joining the best of the best in Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, when we kind of looked at a lot of the points from the qualifiers yesterday, very, very elimination heavy. Not a lot of people who are trying to go for those wins, right? And we just saw a number of squads. We'll talk about them when we talk about our teams a little bit more, who kind of got basically 80% of their points through eliminations alone, maybe picked up some match point or some, placement points along the way that were there. So I don't know. It's a new day though, Zephyr. It's new squads that are here. You know, maybe they were feeling confident yesterday, but they might be getting the smackdown from some of our invited teams here in this whole brand new lobby.
I like that. It is an era of teams proving themselves as we kind of breach the new horizons of the EMEA region in this roster mania. But that's hide nor hair. We've got an entire year's worth of Apex for them to figure that out. As for what's taking place in our Invitational, why don't we start things off by checking out yesterday's matches here? The 6 that we discussed were as hectic as you can imagine, and they initially came through with some early wins.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of one of those, kind of moments here at the end. You could see in these final circles, like when you're trying to hold a building like this, like you're basically just trying to white knuckle it to the very end. You want to be able to try and stay in here. And this squad of Linkser, Tryhard, Thor, and G-Dolphin were doing a great job of that, right? They had the cat. They were trying to just use that tactical to hold these walls. And it was kind of working out for them. They just stuck in there. And then we're just at the very end, though, they do get pushed out. And it got a little hairy towards the end of this map.
Yeah, this was a tough one. We talked about need more bullets alongside Shimani kind of being a heavy presence in this matchup. But in the end, what you don't get to see, especially with all the major Dark Veils in play, was none other than players taking this game. Or I believe actually might have been Shimani there. Whether it was a tough chain of... No, this is players. I'm about to say, this is game 3 of all states. And I'll tell you what, for players, they were successful in cold out very end there, come off of that one.
Yeah, and this obviously going over to map number 5, this is kind of was a similar situation, right? You see in the Dark Veils come on out, Passion using that Horizon, coming in clutch to gain this high ground. But unfortunately, at the very end, 2 of them get taken out, comes down all to EQ, and, well, tries to make it happen. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough when you have Aftermath on the other side, Zephyr, who was kind of doing the counter of that, also holding that high ground and making sure that nobody was getting in here for free.
And the best part about this one, too, is yesterday we got to see 202, who, even though they weren't able to make it through to the final round today, had so much of an impact that allowed Made in Heaven to come through and then pick up this win. Had they not taken what was this fight alongside Aftermath in their final moments, Made in Heaven, as a duo, would not have been able to come out on top. And that was the most important form factor for them, because at the end of the day, that one win for Made in Heaven was enough to get them into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, kind of being able to play that as a duo is really, really a good sign when it comes to how they can play together. And you can see here when we look at, of course, our qualified teams, and the overall that we saw yesterday, like you said, it was just what they needed to edge out 202 to make it into that 10th spot to come on in here. So they get to that end game, they play together as a duo, they're just stacking on top of each other. And I think to have that foresight that that's what you need to do, it had to be, you know, what came down to them gaining those little bit of extra points they needed in order to be here today.
Now, ultimately, in the end, 202 EXE Forge, 40% worse, and many others were not able to make it into today's finals. And those are some heavy names, some staples, whether it be CC Pro League or the PLQs that are here to represent for the EMEA, or at least this particular invitational. Still, though, the 10 teams that have awarded themselves with their success aren't done yet. They now join the 10 top squads invited here to our invitational to once again represent the best of the best.
Yeah, we have some insane squads that are matching up today. You can see the full list right here. Of course, these are all mixed in together. We have some heavy hitters here, Zephyr, who are invited today. Just notably off the top, we're going to talk a lot about some of these squads, but, you know, we got Alliance here. We got 2R1 in here. We got Salute 07, right? A lot of these, Aurora, like a lot of these squads that people are looking at because this is their first look at this roster. You were telling me right before the broadcast that this was really just roster mania in the offseason and there were very few teams who actually stuck together, right? And so this might be kind of the first sort of inkling we get at how will they perform in some of these upcoming, you know, sort of PLQs and Pro League and the like and Challenger Circuit. How are they going to perform? Well, this is a solid lobby when we look at some of these squads. So if you are an invited team, you cannot count out the qualified teams. If you're a qualified team, you're looking to make a name for yourself and you want to prove that you should be there with the best of the best.
There you go. That's exactly what we're looking for here today. And what a better way to push the medal than, of course, having alongside that the prize pool. This is going to be one of the first tournaments that we've actually seen, not just, I would say, in the new year, but since champs for ALGS. And that's why you see as much of a roster mania as currently exists. So the first opportunity, not only to prove yourself, but at least to extend further. I'll look at some of these. I'd love to talk, though, first about Aurora. Definitely one of those squads that isn't completely in roster mania or in an impulse, still remain after their performances previously in recent splits, but they join alongside Hardeki to absolutely or potentially bring this team into a monster.
Yeah, I mean, that's a squad that we are definitely looking forward to have some moment here. I want to talk about one of our qualified squads, though, Zephyr. I want to talk a little bit about UAIM, okay? I think UAIM is a squad that I'm really curious about how they're going to perform here today. When we look at how they did in the qualifiers, right, it was they scored 53 points total, of which 24 of them came in that last game 6. They were able to take the game with 12 eliminations. So 24 of their 53 points came from one game alone. Going in there, right, they were, I believe, just outside looking in. They were like 10th or 11th before that game. And the next thing you know, they are at the top. They are qualified in here at the top of the boards. Now, that's great and all, but you had one good game, Zephyr. Is that enough in this new lobby in order to potentially take home the chunk of that prize pool? I'm left with a couple of questions on the board.
I was about to say, when it comes down to it, it's not just the fact that we're looking at that kind of identity of teams coming out of the qualifiers. The format represents in such a way that you can't just hinge yourself off of one good game here, especially since it's not match point format. You need to have those explosive leads. You need to extend and build the point scoring that makes you undeniable. We've got two maps, World's Edge and Stormpoint, and when we start to breach the second half here, you don't want to be left playing catch up to try to work your way into one of those top 3 prized spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the old storyline of battle royales, right? It's always consistency is key in any of these types of formats where it is 6 games. You have to perform pretty decently over the 6 games. I mean, let's look at players, right? Who yesterday, they only basically out of their total 49 points, 39 of them came from their back-to-back wins, right? And sort of games number 3 and games number 4. Other than that, they were found nowhere on the map. I mean, game 1, they came in 12th with 4, which is great. Game 2, they came in 12th with 0. And then it was like round 5, 19th with 1, and round 6, 7th with 0. So I'm hoping today a squad like players can maybe find some consistency, right? They can look at what happened yesterday. They can say, we know how to fix this. We know how to maybe get a little bit more of those eliminations in some of those other rounds, because that is what you're going to need. You're going to need those extra points in order to make your way up the leaderboard here today.
Well, if you're talking about rosters that continue to represent and deliver, the squad that I think does that the best, or at least has the history right now, is 2R1C. Hyarka and Yuchako still there alongside Thorfinn, who once again, albeit the newest addition to that roster, is recent in the sense of 6 to 8 months at this point. There are not a lot of teams that are coming in today who have, one, the experience and long-standing combined nature of a trio, alongside the fact that they're a zone-heavy, high-presence, consistent 8 to 10-point roster, even if they don't have the most standout game. So at least for Zephyr, that's going to be one of those rosters that I've got my eye on.
Well, to counter, right? You said they're one of the few rosters that have the experience together. We got to talk about, of course, arguably maybe some of the fan favorites, one of the more notable teams that we have in here. It is, of course, Alliance. A little bit of a shakeup, though. We do have Koifel playing for in place of Effect today. But if anybody's been watching this team for a while, you know that Koifel is going to slot right in. A fantastic sub on this squad. They have the chemistry, they have the experience together, and I wonder sometimes when it comes down to these shaky moments, these rough end games, if that's what they can really rely on when it comes to being able to come out on top, as opposed to some of these newly formed rosters.
Yeah, and I think even with the minor changeup with Koifel coming into today, it's that background experience that will still continue to represent, because Hockeys is one of the best IGLs to represent the EMEA region in recent and in further times. And while, yes, we still look at champs and kind of getting an analysis of that last performance from them, at the end of the day, they're Alliance. They're one of the few rosters that have managed to stick together this long, and everyone has a lot of high hopes for them as we start to look for this future year. And of course, today's Invitational. But I'll tell you what, I'll continue a counter upon a counter upon a counter here. We talk about great IGLs. It's not just Hockeys. There is nobody out there who is not interested to see what Kishera is cooking up for one of the very first times here alongside Kings and Sens. This is like a monumental Apex moment. It has been literally years since Kishera hasn't played with Postkill, right? I mean, those two have been a duo for a very, very long time. And now for the very first, they will have the opportunity to potentially represent, or at least for Kishera, now to potentially represent what he can do when he's taking two different individuals under his wing.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story of today with a lot of these squads, right? You have like this sort of center linchpin of the squad who's looking to make a name for themselves, has made some moves. Year 4 is really shaping up to be kind of that storyline for me when I look at a lot of these teams that are when we look at a lot of the roster moves, right? Is that you have somebody who maybe everybody knows is good. They know that they're a talented player. They've had maybe a modicum of success throughout their time, but now it seems like this is the year that they want to take it to that next level. They want to be able to try and get there. And I definitely agree with you, right? I mean, I'm excited to see what Kishera can do today alongside the two new kind of players alongside as well. So I mean, that's really what I'm looking at. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of this list. I'm looking at the players that are here in between the qualified, in between the invited teams, and I just see names overall that either through Challenger Circuit or maybe they've been kind of up at the top in Pro League in the past that are all trying to get there, and they are trying to use today's event as their opportunity to kind of leverage that to not only, I mean, everybody wants to win. Let's be honest, everyone. You want to walk away with the bulk of that prize pool, right? Like, you want that, but what's going to feel better is it's your first real test as a squad. And that's, I feel like, the learning, the environment, the knowledge that you're going to gain from playing today is almost worth more than potentially the prize pool. But gaining 1,500 pounds does not hurt.
No, I was about to say you still walk away with the lion's share of that one on your belt to award yourself in a little bit of this off season. I say off season with a big quotations mark because we're 2 weeks away from all of ALGS cooking up for what feels like 9 to 12 months straight here. So it's the appetizer for a lot of these teams. But I will say, when it comes down to it, you bring up a lot of points, and most notably, I think we can summarize it by saying the crown is left without a head right now for EMEA. I mean, there's a lot of teams with a lot of really good history, and it's not just the teams, it's the players themselves, right? Because at this point, it's a full wash, a full mix-up potentially across the board, and no one has yet to truly claim or push themselves out there as the number one, the undisputed and best champion in EMEA. And I know, and I like what you said, the fact that today is going to be the first of many opportunities for so many of these squads to prove themselves and show that they are the ones that deserve that crown.
Now, obviously, when we're looking at this team list here, Zephyr, we've talked about the big dogs. We've talked about the people who I think everybody, is looking for to make some waves, right? Unsurprising. But here's my question. Who is the dark horse for you today? Who's the maybe the team lurking in the shadows that we haven't been able to talk about yet, who maybe is getting overlooked, that some of our viewers maybe should keep their eye on, who maybe can make some waves when it comes to obviously Apex in the coming months?
I think Nessies, even after what we saw yesterday, where they weren't quite the placement-oriented team, is definitely one that has a long-standing future here as a successful team within the EMEA region. Between the likes there of Tyler and JMW reuniting with Graceful, once again now back as an IGL, that is an absurdly talented roster. I mean, from a mega IGL to JMW being the only person in all of EMEA's history to have a championship win on their belt, right? Given that they, came through and made that substitution. It is one of the few rosters that, while unproven and while kind of starting to get rocky, has the opportunity to truly be, at least maybe today and maybe in the future, the dark horse that I watch. But I'll tell you what, Dandro, we're not just watching it here. We're about to get into game one, the first opportunity for these teams to, buck up or shut up and put the points on the board where they start to count.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited, right? This is obviously your typical 3-3 split, right? We're playing 3 matches, obviously, I believe, on Storm Point to kick us off, and then we move on to World's Edge. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think I'm correct.
No, you are.
But here we go. All right, awesome. Well, guess what? The match is starting. We are here, game number 1, as we are getting ready to drop on in. Now, when we looked at the map, sort of the drop spot map before coming into this, we didn't really see too many contests, maybe potentially one, a little contest, but nothing too crazy.
Right. It's here with Made in Heaven and Aftermath in the mills once again that we see the only fighting in the early game for these teams, at least to represent Storm Point. Once we get to World's Edge, there's a little bit more action. Even still, though, for Aftermath and Made in Heaven, as one of the 2 last qualifying teams in the qualifiers from yesterday, you have to worry about this being a blemish to potentially their start, as they're now up against some better talent here. A contest when no one else in the lobby is worrying about one themselves is something that can delay games and really force you to wager your time.
Well, and game one is always, right, it's always a little shaky. It's always about trying to figure out how you want to play this lobby, how you stack up against some of your competition. And so to being able to take a contest off the first sort of map is kind of crazy, as we are seeing Made in Heaven is sort of going for this contest immediately. And already Arctic losing a lot of the shields, going to be able to grab a very quick white shield swap, as Made in Heaven already on the back foot. Doesn't look like they were able to pick up any of the weapons from those pills, but they're able to rotate on in and find some.
Woo. It's a drop onto Arctic to start things off, at least for Aftermath. Love this back-end rotation from Stall to create a great pinch here. And being the only member who has that full shield available, that's going to give him the opening, that extra health that Aftermath needs to then step up, clean things, and take it to a 3v1 situation. While it isn't the full wipe yet, I mean, they've sealed the deal.
I mean, you got a Nemesis in hand. Try and run away. You're seeing the tags from deep as on the hunt. Kirev is here. Try to be able to get it out there. And they do. Made in heaven going down off of the drop here in map number 1. But I believe there were some shots coming from a different angle. So a team maybe potentially hearing that scuffle going on off drop. They've been able to loot up. They feel confident in the weapons and armor that they have. And they might be rotating over for a third party. Let's see. Can Aftermath get the reset? That's going to always be my question here in these early drops, right? You take this fight. You take this contest. Can you get the reset in time before another team moves on in?
Well, I will say our map is the dramatic irony that reveals the truth of this situation. It's just nasty. Kind of extending out from Cedo Station, knowing that Bean is completely left free and taking advantage of that there. I do want to point out that 2R1C, like I said, a heavy zone rotating team already making a huge move over from Jurassic to play into the Bean area is a good signifier of what you might see for our end game pull. Could be pulling back for the West here and potentially lead into maybe one of our first fights, as it does seem like 07 is beginning to take that Western God Rock.
Yeah, you can see 2R1C, Uchaka, Haraka, and Thorfinn. Rocking the Watson with alongside the Bangalore. Now, this is a comp that I'm a little bit interested in, right? I feel like we've been seeing a little bit more of the crypto kind of come online lately. And then obviously Watson, you know, if you're able to kind of grab one of these buildings that are going to be in the end zone, Watson's definitely a legend you like having on your team. Throwing up the fences. You got that shield generator ready to just kind of hold and stop any grenades that are going to come on through. So, and it looks like maybe that's kind of what they're setting up to do right now. They've grabbed this building. They're sitting here and they're waiting for somebody to push them is what it feels like. They're trying to gain some info, but nothing just on yet as, well, Phoenix Legacy, they're trying to be able to move on in. Dark Veil will come out, give them some cover as they're trying to get inside the building.
Once again, one of the only other Watson rosters in our current lobby here today. And as a result, you kind of get to see the identity of both them and 2R1C as they're hedging their bets on the Bean area for this to be that direct pull. And I personally, in my own decision, would say it's probably going to be landing just outside of this one. As a result, those two probably have the best land staking claim. Something I'm more curious about watching, though, with Phoenix Legacy is that they were able to do this yesterday, as we saw them previously, most notably in their Pylon game, but they weren't able to transition to a win here. So potentially seeing that improvement, and maybe even if not that, how a team like 2R1C, who has a much more exquisite background playing zone, might be able to deliver instead.
Oh, look at this. Vex getting a little aggro, wanting to gain a high ground, looking through. Obviously unlucky. Being able to use that lift to come on up is kind of just not far behind. Does have the Dark Veil ready to go if they need it. Maybe can use it to grab some cover, can use it to push a team. But I'm liking what I'm seeing. They're just kind of getting aggressive, right? They're using what they can to gain height. They want to gain that information. They're pinging out. They're having those comms, and they're looking to kind of make their way around the edge of zone a little bit. I got to wonder here, Zephyr, are they maybe trying to pick up some people who are being one of these late rotation teams in? I mean, with this comp, you kind of can do that, right? You have the conduit. You can let people get aggressive. You can kind of replenish those shields as they do push up. So maybe they're trying to be able to find some of these teams who are looking to make a late rotation in.
Yeah, definitely not a bad decision here as they start to push over towards the bridge. And this kind of position, like you're alluding to, is going to allow them to turn around. And especially if any squad does kind of come through that Cenote Cave area, they're in the perfect take to potentially wipe them out. Granted, they've got to be really, really careful here. Notably, Aurora is the roster that has opted to take the God Rock. This is a position that lasts as deep as into zones 4 or 5 here into our end game, and the entire time it has incredible sight lines to work with. And they're gonna smoke out for a second, relocate the Trident, get some extra cover. For now, though, go next. Finally pushing into the mill.
Gotta go ahead, break that conduit ult. The black hole does get committed. They're gonna go ahead and break that one. They decide to maybe back up and reposition. Don't want to take a fight just yet, but somebody else is looking at them. They were hoping that they could get out of here just quickly enough, but unfortunately, somebody else has their number. They have to back up. Maxi popping that shield bat. Gonna be able to try and reset here, but LVH not too far behind. They're starting to go ahead and push on through. The Dark Veil does get committed. Smokes come out. Do they commit to this, or do they back up inside of the building? It looks like maybe they are going to go ahead and go for the retreat. I do like that play. You're out in the open. You know that there's a couple different squads who have your number, who are looking around, getting those tags, right? You say, okay, this is maybe a little bit too sketchy for us. We need to back up. We need to reset, hold our ground, and maybe wait for that next zone.
It's going to be something that allows LVH at least the time to recoup here, but I believe it did come at the cost of Jay Hanzo's Dark Veil. Granted, it's still early. Round 2, they're going to have the time to put that one back together. Notably in the feed, we did see Phoenix Legacy in their building towards the south defend against Infinite, and now Element 6, the namesake to represent for our tournament today. One of the few rosters rocking the Revenant on K-Swinny here. It's something that we've gotten the opportunity to see in a lot of scrims, and they'll take extra damage down from afar.
I mean, the triple take is hit in the hands of K-Swinny. I love that we're seeing somebody rock a Revenant right here. I loved the Revenant changes when they came in. You know, when Revenant came out, I was a little bit of a Revenant man, I'll be honest with you. I loved the Revtane meta, and I was here for it. I like the changes, though. It allows a hyper-aggressive player to kind of get on in there. I love the changes to that ultimate that we're able to have. And especially, you know, I'm not surprised that K-Swinny, a player that has been known to be aggressive and want to get mixy early on, is here rocking a legend like Revenant. Has the triple take, has the flatline, looking to make some stuff happen. And here we go. The ultimate gets popped, potentially going to start coming on through. Forged Shadows is rocking. 20 seconds left, though. Taking a lot of damage. Let's see if they can be able to help follow that up.
We'll see Nessie's in the hands of Graceful and JMW really laying stake and claim this building, especially off the back end of that Catalyst passive, and that delays what E6 is able to do. Still, though, breaking through on the bottom, and it'll be Tyler drop down, Graceful to follow suit, and it's left up to JMW looking for shield swaps, but stuck with the bullet from behind.
Yeah, you can see that was, of course, E6 that they were fighting. So Nessie getting taken out off that. Great, just kind of clean fight from E6 there. You saw them call it out. You saw the Forged Shadows get committed just very early on, and just, you know, really clean. They push him from the bottom. They're kind of putting some pressure on top, and before you know it, you're getting picked apart, not able to get that shield swap off. A little bit unfortunate for Nessie, but hey, this is, of course, the E6 tournament. We like seeing E6 be able to make some plays here, okay?
Hold on. Not enough.
No bias.
You know,
no bias.
No bias. I will say, as we tune in over to this side of the South, Aurora have opted to give up their high ground position, especially after seeing the remnants of the fight from Vex and 07. 07 coming out on top, notably. Now, pushing onto the interior here, this might be them, and it's Nasky and Squad returning from the zone. And you can see, after taking all of that damage, just getting a member back alive, they've tanked more than enough than they can handle.
Gonna back on up. I like this. Can they reset? That's what I'm always looking for in these fights. Beast of the Hunt will kind of tick down for OJ as Aurora looking to reset. I believe it looked like maybe a Rolling Thunder. Trident from the sky lands on top of them. Potentially a gift from the heavens to help them rotate out. Oh, as we can see, Kashera and Squad going to be able to use that evac tower to rotate on it. They get a good idea thanks to that Valkyrie ult, where some of those players are sitting and where they can kind of hang out. And it looks like maybe the Watson ult might get committed here on the bottom to help them kind of replenish some of those shields and just hold on up. Not just for... Okay, no, it does get committed. All right. I was like, maybe they're waiting, right? Maybe they're saying, hey, is there a better spot that we can play this? No, looks like this is the area of choice. Fences start coming out. Looks like this might be the home for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, this also one of the few rosters to be running that Watson, albeit a later rotation from the likes of Vamo Kire. And I will say, for Kasher and them, they make a great choice in terms of the development of the future of this zone. They have that early scan from pulling from Ring on the edge, and they make the move notably not towards the beam itself, but towards the western side where we do see that bridge. Teams like Phoenix Legacy, who make early stakes and claims to this area here, are going to have a rude awakening in just a few minutes, where they realize the zone's going a little bit further west.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little unfortunate for them where they want to hang out. You can see they're in a fight right now. Looks like Passion might be too far away to try and go through this. Yiku does get taken out just so fast. 0-0, and Denze, they're up here at the top. They got to make it happen. At least avenge the teammate, maybe get the banner. You can see this fight is just getting a little bit too crazy. Somebody up top, you got somebody down below. They're trying to take the fight from a couple of different angles. Rolling Thunder will get committed. They try and look for a different angle to take this fight, but this is a flurry of eliminations coming in the kill feed right now. Denze very low.
This is a tough spot for Denze, making his reappearance here for the first time after Kiner secured the deal for Passion yesterday. Definitely want to see that level of aggression. Instead, it'll come out of 0-0 here. Loses out on a mysterious Horizon, but turns right round to find the knockout dropout. Successful wipe there, sitting on but less than 10 health. They secure at least that first elim and now need to look for once more.
Go next. Has the high ground up here, looking to make some moves. They come on through, committing some of this tactical from the cat. Dark Veil available. You can see they have a couple shield swaps potentially down there as they look outside, getting in some nice damage. Just racking up the numbers on those shields. Maybe potentially can get up there. Full English does go down. We saw a flurry of teams get eliminated. Notably, E6 I saw go down. LVH got taken out. It was a lot of teams dropping sort of as that zone started to close on in.
Yeah, a tough rotation out from the north there is what kind of comes back to punish. And for Go Next, a roster that comes out of Down Beast, you'd think they would have made their stake a little bit earlier on in this zone, and instead kind of getting into the aftermath of these fights in the middle. They start off by wiping stall from the likes of, well, Aftermath, and it'll force them out here directly with that zone close to try to either play upon this evac or maybe look for a separate rotation, and it's not going to be one that comes with ease. We know for a fact teams like Aurora have been playing the height for a very long time now, and like I said, this lasts for potentially all the way to your end game, and it's the perfect place to be if you want to pick up that KP.
I like this. Aurora sitting up top, 30-30 in hand. Aftermath will go out. You can see there's another team across on that God Rock. They are going to be a little bit of a squad they have to worry about. Going to hop on down, just give up that high ground position, try to be able to make the rotation in. It's 2R1C. This is a squad that we knew that was going to be kind of making some moves here, was going to be able to come out on top. And, well, they made their way to that God Rock. They've been holding it on down, and they are looking just to kind of keep this. They are able to kind of sit up here for a very long time until realistically zone pushes them off. So let's see how they want to go ahead and play this.
I'm really impressed with the fact that 2R1C, who originally kind of made their moves into that IMC armory, were keen, attentive, and realized the fact that when Aurora moved down to take the fights up against 07, they were there to exchange and take that one away. But this is what we were discussing early on. This is a harder Western pull than the Bean directly puts you into. Teams like Vamo are in the position that they need to be for a good endgame, but everyone else is hedging their bets elsewhere. It's going to be a bloodbath for this rotation.
100%. I mean, this is going to be wide open spaces, right? Start singing it now. As they're looking through, somebody comes up over the top. You see the Horizon is up there. Haraka gets in some good damage. You saw the shield go through. The flesh numbers coming on in. Not able to get their smokes all around. The Arcstars go on through as they are just picking up a number of eliminations. Yahaka goes down, though. Somebody's decided to push on up behind. It's Go Next. They're looking on through. Kaishi is down. The rest of the two are trying to get through as he falls out into the maze of Watson fences. Hopefully the teammates can get down there in time. Bambino, though, trying to do their best. Using that Bangalore passive, is able to drop the smokes. Hopefully can get the reset. But it's Maxi who comes on through. Tries to take the 2v1. Not able to find it. It's a valiant effort. Bambino has to be able to make something happen here.
I can't believe he's been allowed to survive after going for such an aggressive move. It comes at the cost of Kashi and Maxi, but surprisingly, as a solo rat, continues to move forward. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of zone, Alliance are the first to move forward here, and while they are going to use Koifel off of that Dark Veil, they don't have hotkeys in play. It is a numbers disadvantage, and they're going to try to test the bets of time here, pull for the revive against the cover of that rock, and they do so, but an Arcstar behind them and damage from above, it's going to leave them worse for wear.
Hawkins goes down again. Koifel, last one left alive. Gonna try and make some beauty happen with this R9. The shots are coming through. The shield swap is not able to happen. But what is happening right now? UA, 2R1C, Alliance, they're getting decimated right now. Passion, they potentially could be in a nice spot here.
Yeah, I mean, this zone leaves no kind of forgiveness for any team who hasn't set it up. It's truly Vamokere who have the position to boot. Look at that further in 6th zone under the bridge directly. We jump on over to Shamani, who on the cusp of an edge here is being shot out over on the side. They don't have Mask anymore. Sherp's looking for a final stick on one of those batteries, but ultimately they have one of the hardest rotations ahead here to collapse.
Just trying to play this position. They have this little bit of rock cover, right? Using it to see if they can gain any info on where they can move. This is my only worry though right now, right? They don't have a lot of space. I mean, there's absolutely going to be a squad no matter where they decide to go on through. Need more bullets is definitely going to be one of those teams that they have to be careful for. And I like this positioning, right? They have this huge column, this formation of rock in front of them that they're able to use. And you can see they're just kind of rotating and peeking from right to left, just trying to see if they can catch anyone out. And well, of course, that squad that we were just on board with is going to be one that they are looking at. And just you got G Dolphin just laying down the pain with that Havoc. And well, you got Lynxer on the other side with a longbow in hand. You're going to be able to create a lot of pressure on the map.
That's a tough spot for Shimani. They opted to go back over towards the wall here. And I mean, that puts them optimally right in the place that they need for, well, more bullets to find their damage. Passion from the opposite end will find their own response, and Denze and EQ secure and set us up for our final three. Vamo here, Passion, and Need More Bullets. And for Passion, they're sending it on to Need More Bullets. This might be a free pickup for Vamo.
Vamo is trying to play underneath. We saw them rotate in here earlier and they just haven't moved. They haven't needed to. They kind of picked their spot and they've been hanging out here, and I love it. They have everything they need. They have the fences. They have the Watson. All they can kind of move on out, peek. If they take a little bit of damage, who cares? They have this shield generator waiting to happen. Look at this. Sen's going to be able to use that Valkyrie, come up, gets a couple of tags in. It's going to drop back on down. This is what I was talking about, Zephyr. Sense has all the room in the world to just kind of keep doing this. Just create this pressure, especially with this 30-30. You only need a couple of bullets to get that crack and be able to put somebody on their back foot.
This is so good, too, because by creating this pressure, it also forces these rosters away from them. In the end, Need More Bullets and Passion are looking more and more likely that they will be potentially fighting against each other. And that's exactly what Kire wants to have happen here. With that setup, they can come in, clean things off like a janitorial staff to pick up their Game 1 win. I'll tell you what, though, between Need More Bullets and Passion, they are holding on for dear life here.
Yeah, I mean, look where the zone is pulling. It's pulling directly over to them. So Need More Bullets. Sure, you're probably feeling okay. You're going to try and do what you can, but you're the ones who have to move, right? I mean, it seems like maybe they're obviously in a pickle right now. They're in a sandwich, but it's going to have to be them that makes the move alongside Passion, right? They're kind of over here mirroring each other. Let's see what they can be able to do. Smokes come on out as they just start to move over. They've actually started moving closer to Passion here. Need More Bullets. Gotta be careful. They're starting to peek on up, but they can't be able to see anything. They can't really manage to get the eyes onto Passion on the other side. They're taking a lot of damage, but it might be a couple of Sky Days that might crack it open for them.
It's going to be a move from Passion that pushes them closer to the bridge here. As minor pinks on the other side of the Dark Veil are slowly starting to seal and nail in the final nails, at least to this coffin, for Need More Bullets here. I can't believe they've managed to stay alive behind the minimal cover that they have. For Passion, their life is completely dependent on the minor Dark Veil that has given them their time. Finally, it's the full push.
Full push comes out. Need More Bullets. They're trying to go on through. Tryhard Thor is doing a good job trying to go through, and they're actually going to be able to come out on top. Passion going out in third. And Viabokera, they know that this is the opportunity they need as they come up. They see the players down. They're looking for that last final rat alive. Where are you hanging out? Where can we bring you on down? Looks like they might have an idea. Sen's going to be able to try and go on up. Make sure that no res has happened. You see the Watson ult come out. I don't know if they need it as they come out on top. Vamo Kira, your winners of map number 1.
And that's Kasher for you right there. Everyone's been asking. Everyone's been wondering. We didn't even get the fact of who their third was going to be until this week, with Sens coming in to finalize this roster. And it is insane that already, at least in game 1, they have proven that it doesn't matter who you set Kashera up with. The man continues to deliver. He's hands down an IGL with a proven track record.
Yeah, I mean, I got to assume that's all on him for that play call, right? I mean, we saw how many of those squads were trying just to hold on to like any form of cover, any form of kind of a formation that they could lay behind. But it was that call to say, put us underneath the bridge. This is where we're going. This is our home. And we saw they got there early and we kind of forgot about them. And then when it came to the end game, we're like, oh, they're still here. And it worked out beautifully for them. They had that patience in that end game. They will just kind of hang out. And then obviously they let those two last teams fight. They come on through, they clean it up, they take the dub.
Yeah, let's take a look once again at that final circle here, because I think the word we're both looking at is delay, delay, delay here. For Need More Bullets and Passion, sharing the northern, or my apologies, southern side of this zone together is something that Valkyrie had known from the very get-go here. So given the fact that they not only extend their position, but also their damage outward to force this exchange, it eventually leads to the thought where Need More Bullets and Passion are quite literally only allowed to play for second. That's why you see that fight explode against each other, because at the end of the day, I guarantee you those players knew that they really didn't have any other choice. And, you know, it's 7 or 9. That's your pickup, because 12 ain't there.
Yeah, I mean, I like that way you said that, right? It's like both these teams knew. I mean, they kind of, one of these teams had to commit to fighting the other team. And that was the real problem. Nobody wanted to commit to like being the first person to take the fight. And it looked like kind of Need More Bullets and Passion. They decided that okay, well, I guess we're going to fight each other now. But by the time that whole fight was over, there was only one player left alive. And then that is when obviously Valkyrie was able to move on in and clean it on up. I think if they had just made the decision to say, hey, you know what? We're going to push them underneath the bridge and we're going to make this happen, understanding that the third party might happen, maybe it potentially could have worked out. Maybe you get the reset a little bit faster, but just like you said, it was the game of delays. It was everybody waiting for somebody else to make the first move. It's like a high school dance, right? Where everybody is just waiting for somebody else to, kind of come on over and ask you to dance. And well, when that doesn't happen, it just kind of gets a little awkward. And that's exactly what that end game was.
I was about to say, keeping just as much space as two teenagers would there. I'll say right now for Valkyrie, they are in the lead, but it comes with the caveat of how much potential they worked past just the win itself. You said it first. They got into that position incredibly early, and that bridge, as good as it is for placement directly, it's not entirely the best at converting for the late game. So just kind of judging from what I saw there on that last spec, it's very unlikely that they even breach a top or plus 20 score line, given that they didn't really get aggressive at any other point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that was sort of their key to success, being able to come on in and just hold down that position and be what they needed to take map number 1. I'm curious to see how the scoreboard does shake up. But while we do wait for that scoreboard, let's remind everybody, Zephyr, we got a nice little fun thing going on. We got a giveaway going on in the chat. You can see a little thing above Zephyr's head right there telling you how you can get involved. ! Giveaway in the chat. Take out your phone, scan that QR code for your chance to win an eSwap X2, a fantastic controller. Obviously, I believe it's the controller E6 has been using all year long in their climb. They're using it at LAN. So obviously, it's good enough. It's good enough for an Apex team at LAN. It's probably good enough for a silver scrub like me to be able to maybe come out on top.
And of course, we'll be also announcing the giveaway winners here at the end of the stream. So be sure to actually sign up here and now, because there won't be any other opportunities for you to pick up one of those controllers as we make our way through the turn. But trust me, even if you're struggling to find the phone or the camera, whatever you need to type, potentially your hands as well, we will continue to remind as we make our way through the games and bring this one back up for you guys to enter in there.
Yeah, so go ahead, enter on in, but back to the game. Let's talk a little bit more about that map number 1. Something I want to talk a little bit about, Zephyr, is, of course, off drop, we saw a contest. And for one of our squads, that did not work out very well. So my question to you is, as we kind of get ready to look at map number 2, do we think they stick to the contest, or do we think that maybe Made in Heaven decides, hey, we're going to try and go somewhere else? We're going to try and figure out a different area of the map that maybe we can make our statement on?
It's tough, especially with Stormpoint kind of still being a new kind of form factor for a lot of these teams. And with obviously those recent map changes, you don't really have your pick of the poison for the rest of the map that currently exists. All that is still left available is either a very minor pickup of having just Thunderwatch alone and potentially having to
Yep.
contest who exists at Lightning Rod, which is currently Alliance, which I don't know if you're really willing to tussle with the muscle there. And then elsewise, you go for Bean, which isn't particularly really that much better. In yesterday's contest for Made in Heaven versus Aftermath, though, it wasn't a complete wash. Both of these rosters found a successful take in the early fights here, so I don't think they're dissuaded by losing just once. For Made in Heaven, they're more than happy to reapproach this and try again.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. I mean, it's map number one. You're right. It's always kind of like tournament jitters. You're trying to be able to shake it on out. Okay, you lost the contest off map number one. They maybe were able just to watch the rest of that game. Hopefully, they were able to kind of get some ideas of how the rest of the lobby was playing. Maybe looked back real quick in their VOD, saying, "Hey, how could we have played this better?" And potentially, obviously this next map number two can come out on top, or at least get away. Right, even if you're going to make the contest. Even if you can just grab a couple things and be able to rotate on out, it's always a solid idea as well. Or being able to make that play call of like, okay, we need to leave, even if you may only lose one player that's there. So that's what we're going to kind of be looking at here in map number two. But with map number one done and dusted, and we look our sights towards the next map, I mean, to me, that's kind of what just kind of just laid down at the end. Man, some of these squads got to think a little bit ahead. That's what I'm thinking. Some of these squads got to be have a little bit more foresight on where they want to play, because so many players were just stuck on the outside edge of zone and were just picked apart when they try to rotate on him.
I will say it is a tough end to try to play for coming out there towards the West. But for these teams, as things maybe potentially get a little bit more towards the norm of what they are used to, they'll find their potential here on Stormpoint. I do want to confirm with folks, though, at home here, with the scoreboard we have on the back end, we are still trying to figure that one out. As a result, we might be bringing your scores to you after our second game here instead. But I can promise you, I can do my little telepathy math and tell you that, at least for Valmakere, they currently are at least either tied or potentially in the lead here, alongside the likes of either Passion or Need More Bullets, who are a little bit more aggressive, picking up some kill-heavy presences that definitely close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, Valmakere, they are feeling good. I can't wait to see the scoreboard and how it did kind of come on out, because we saw a couple of those squads who were definitely kind of just flying and were focused a little bit more on the eliminations on the map than necessarily placement. And one of those squads that we have to talk about is E6, right? Obviously, it's their tournament, but we did see them earlier on, right? They were not afraid to take that fight very early on that we saw, and I was really impressed by that, right? We saw them make the call and say there's a team in here, and just you see the forward shadows get popped. They decide to fly on in, and they're able to come out on top pretty swiftly, might I add, right? Sometimes when these fights, right, it's really easy. It's elongated. Everybody's trying to just peek. You don't want to hard commit inside of a door, but they just say, hey, we're going to go in. They kind of split. They split the attention. They push from two different angles, and they're able to come out on top. It's sort of those signs of life that I always look at for some of these teams when it comes to, you know, how they might perform in the tournament, because for them, I feel like it was sort of the back half of that was maybe where they slipped up a little bit, maybe just some positioning after that fight. And now moving forward, those are kind of some key things that are easy to change when you look at these kind of few maps. But able to take those fights with confidence, though, that is a very good sign moving forward.
I think at least for E6, especially something that's kind of bolstering their effects is the fact that they're one of the few squads that have managed to, I wouldn't say master, but truly find a correct lead forward with the Revenant combination. It has kind of reared its head a little bit in the EMEA region, with Conduit being more of a form factor here as a pickup. And then furthermore, if you have the confidence to go alongside and you have someone who can get aggressive and get in the face like Case Swinney, that Revenant then comes out on top of that. Because when you're tallying up your shields, which can get up as high as an extra 125 health, right, on top of the 75 from Forged Shadows, to then a Radiant transfer that comes through from Conduit at any given point during a fight, you suddenly go from having an extra 200 health to a 275 and a little bit more there. So that's what we got to see from E6 as they pushed into them against Nessies, which is a really good team to at least get a little bit of a litmus test in terms of that aggression and how successful they are, because JMW, Tyler here, Graceful, they are no slouches when it comes to direct 3v3s.
No, they weren't, and I do. I'm gonna wait to talk about it, but we got a little bit of a scoreboard on the back end. We're kind of waiting to get the graphic up for it. We at least have the results of that game number 1, Zephyr, and I gotta say, I'm a little bit hyped. Passion. They were, of course, one of those last 3 squads. 11 eliminations. Valmakere, they were able to take that dub. Great, you get 12 of the placement points. Only had 3 eliminations to their name.
There it is.
Passion. Whew, it feels like they're finding it. They have the eliminations, and now they've paired it with the placement points. 18 off that map number 1.
What's even more absurd about that statistic is the fact that Passion, even though they don't win, they don't even place second. They come through in third outside of that game and have the 11 kills to boot that put them with 18 points in the lead. Valmakere behind them with 15 more bullets, tied alongside not only themselves, but Aurora there. They also, in their presence of playing on that height, taking teams like 07 and rotations from squads like Aftermath, were very happy to award the second most KP at 9 kills as well there. So tied for third right now, but definitely one of those squads who, if in the driver's seat, can balloon even larger.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to kind of look at some of these other squads, of course, too, like Alliance, right? Alliance had 6 KP to themselves as well, 9 total points that were there. And when I look at some of these, right, when we kind of look overall, when we kind of look, even in the qualifiers that we looked yesterday, right? I always have said placement is a much easier problem to fix than KP, right? So if you have a team who's able to get KP, but they have just a problem with being able to grab placement, I feel like that's a solid, it's an easy problem to solve, right? You can look back and say, oh, we should have played this rotation way better, right? And so if you have a team like Alliance, when I look at, who is able to get that KP in game number 1, potentially here in game number 2, you get the same amount of KP, that's fine. You're able just to kind of make those points be even more exponential by being able to get, of course, those placement points on top of it.
Well, I'll tell you what, for Alliance, they were out far in the Northeast, but they'll get their opportunity, and hopefully the zone will spell out well for them once again. For us, we introduce Game 2 as our dropship makes its way through, and we'll be starting off with, once again, Made in Heaven here up against Aftermath.
All right, they're 0 for 1. Can they go 1 for 1? Or 1 for 2, rather, I guess I should say. Dropping on in. It looks like maybe it's not going to be as contest heavy here off the drop. At least able to get weapons this time. Havoc and L-Star for Cinetic here. Here we go. Coming on through.
What a good ordnance.
Some nice. Yeah, that was a really solid grenade that came on through. The lift goes up. Potentially maybe can get up over the top. L-Star in hand. Getting some nice little tags, but nothing like too insane that's going to give them the confidence to sort of fly at this squad.
I was about to say, it's not as aggressive as you would assumed it would be after, I mean, the combined damage from Cinetic alone was numering at least 120 or 150 coming off of the initial rip there. So for Made in Heaven, that's potentially what could have been their best opportunity if they don't walk away with this fight. Right now on the opposite side, Aftermath definitely on the slow heel, but for now, Taxington, Arctic starting to move up, drop that grav lift forward. They're going to see if they can try to take height here and get an advantage from above.
Oh, you can see that purple mag in the Havoc already this early. You're just going to let them just lay down bullets from across, pair it up with an alternator. This is feeling pretty good for Cinetic. As they're deciding to go on through, Taxington's going to drop on down. Can Cinetic catch somebody with that Arc Star? It looked like it was in a solid position here as the shots do come on out. Cinetic feels like they got enough damage, start flying on through. Where could they go? Skynade comes on in. Will be able to land another lift. Looking up above. Wombo combo. I love that. Gets him up over the top. The grenade is going to land. Gets them on through. Starting to push in. Made in Heaven feeling a lot better here in game number 2.
It is a double knock drop there with the full wipes to follow suit. And in the end for Aftermath, now down to just 1 member remaining in the face of Flash here. And obviously going to take to the hills far and away, but it is now 1 for 1 here off of the boot for this contest, and it'll be settled in game 3, I suppose.
I mean, I guess, yeah, if that's the time you want to try and do it, sure. I mean, I guess you got to commit to it. It's your last time on the map. 2R1C on the other side of the map. Looks like they found themselves in a very early scuffle as well, but don't want to commit. They're going to go ahead and back on up here. Maybe give some respect to their players that are ahead of them as they're looking to make their way through these tunnels, maybe come out the other side, but they do spot some enemy Watson fences, so somebody else has the same idea over here as they decide what they want to do.
Oh, Infinite on the southern side here of the Cascades area, struggling with the remnants of 07, who have made an expedient rotation upwards here towards the center of the map and really leave but nothing of a response for the likes of them. I mean, it is a quick cleanup on the interior of Cascades. They're picking them apart piece by piece.
That's one of those fights you love to see. 07 just playing super confident. You saw the usefulness of that conduit coming on in as they just slide through the door. They're feeling confident. They want to be able to go ahead and take that fight, be able to go through here. But hey, your kill leaders of map number 1. It's Passion over on the other side. Got 0-0 with the Rampage and Alternator, looking to make some moves here as they're going to go ahead and sort of fortify up here. Maybe just take their shots where they can. I like this, right? You don't have to get super aggressive. You don't have to do anything crazy. You got the rest of the teammates who are around, potentially can help you out. And they're just going to kind of play here for a little bit.
And for good reason, too, as we pull away and get a chance to check out that secondary zone. It is looking like a direct Cascade Falls ending here. And it's the reason why we don't just see aggressive tendencies from the likes of, say, teams like 07, but the fact of the matter is that they're looking to play out for this end game here. It's the reason why we see them get into early skirmishes. For Passion, they themselves, though, kind of curious in the fact that getting there early and having the chance to start in this POI, they weren't able to take advantage in third party 07. It comes down to the fact that they were so quick in setting themselves up. And heck, same can be said for LVH as they've taken big build.
Yeah, I like this. They just want to be able to take this building. Going on up. Ooh, get tagged through one of those windows, though. But yeah, they're setting on up. But somebody else is in here. Oh my gosh, absolutely ripped apart. Jay Hanzo's going to take down JMW. Go for the full thirst. Oh my gosh, somebody else is coming on through here. Jay Hanzo, though, is putting in work with that R9. Lithin going to be on the chase. Wants to be able to bring this player down. You do not want to let them get out of here. Nessie going down just like that. They pushed into the wrong building, Zephyr.
I was about to say, it's a lack of awareness. Getting in early there, it wasn't quite, well, early enough. Cascades, that most central point on the map, I mean, can be eclipsed upon by so many of these squads in insane speed. And we talk about Nessies, who starts in command. They don't have a bad position for getting over to Cascades, but when you know this is that dominant finish, you can expect other squads to be making just as quick of a move, even if they're, say, LVH, who starts in North Pad.
It's a really good point, right? I mean, it's one thing you kind of have your drop spot, but your looting pattern is always the number one thing we want to look at with some of these teams when they are picking that drop spot, and then especially in relation to where the zone pulls and kind of where does that push you towards some other squads as well. So hopefully they can be able to kind of regain. I mean, that was just still like LVH. That was some solid shots that we saw. Unfortunately, it looked like J&W just got a little bit surprised there, and you had two people lighten you up. And well, when you're in a high tier Apex lobby like this, unfortunately, it's not enough just to have one person looking at you. You got two players looking at you. You might as well be a duck in water, because there's no way you're getting out of there that easily. Players on the other side looking to maybe start making their way in, try and game a positioning early on. Let's see where they're going to go and decide they want to post up. They've been able to make this rotation here relatively scot-free, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, coming out of Jurassic, maybe I would say a little bit late in terms of the southern rotation, they'll find that the entrance to this next zone is going to be relatively free. I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to breach into Cascades direct, but I mean, given how well players can fight this one out, you might see them go the distance. Something to note, though, is that Aftermath, after all of their exchanges against Maiden Heaven, are inevitably picked up a nice 1 minute or at least 2 to 3 minutes later after the fact here. That's great, But it does bring up the question for Made in Heaven. They're the ones who find that KP. You have to wonder how or where they were and what their zone potential's looking like.
That's true.
Jeez.
Yes. Dude, I feel like we've so many times we've come over to a new POV and it's just somebody just one clipping with an R9 this entire tournament. I don't know what it is. Obviously, like, that's not anything new when it comes to competitive Apex, but it's just funny when every single person we come to is just one clipping out of nowhere. Obviously, Vexed finding some success here. Obviously, Matafe up here at the top, trying to lead, of course, kinda and unlucky. Maybe do a little bit deeper run here. In map number 1, let's see. They went out very early in map number 1. They were one of those first 3 squads eliminated. So they've made it at least to the top 16 here. Hopefully looking to make it a little bit deeper. Already one elimination in the hand of Unlucky. We just saw go on through. So points looking great for Vexed here in map number 2.
Yeah, better than almost total over half of what they're able to find out. For Need More Bullets, this is the roster, though, that we're really watching in terms of can they breach consistent success after a great start in game 1 here. Getting into this rotation over on the edge is something that is picked up as a result, losing out on G-Dolphin here. And I can only assume this is Aurora on the other side, a team that likes to get just as hot and heavy when it comes to the action. You have to pray and love the fact that Linkser is on this catalyst, giving them the minor seconds to spare to get themselves in a place of recovery. That Bloodhound scan, though, never bodes well.
Yeah, it's not what you like to see when you're trying to maybe just kind of hold up and you know, kind of reset a fight. A Bloodhound scan coming in. They know that you're both kind of in there in stacked. You saw they were trying to be able to make the rotation out. They were trying to be able just to quickly get into that building. But it was, of course, that black hole from the horizon that caused them to have to stop and be able to eliminate it. And that's how they were not able to recover G-Dolphin. There is a Dark Veil that does get committed, which will provide them enough cover. They can kind of split this building in half and play from a couple of different sides. Now, let's see. Do they decide to maybe try and go for the banner? Or are they just going to kind of go ahead and hang out? The smokes get committed. Tryhard Thor's thinking about it. Potentially might go and try and snag that. Does still have 24 seconds on it. Yeah, the Bloodhound scan comes in, though. They says, no, that's way too risky to go ahead.
I was about to say, I'm surprised that they weren't eliminated immediately, but ultimately it comes back to the fact here that you've got a lot of squads that have now presented in the area, what I can only assume is both players and Aurora. For Need More Bullets, Tryhard Thor's able to get that full rotation in, G-Dolphin back in hand. Granted, when we talk about how close these other rosters are to them, it's got to come down to a lucky Moby or something of the like if they're ever going to get the third back in play.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those plays that you don't do it because it's like your number one thing, but at least if you have the banner in your back pocket, then like, okay, exactly that. You find a random mobile respawn. Somehow if your rotation brings you near, you know, a respawn beacon, then sure, that's great. That's fine. But you're not absolutely going for it. It's not like your number one priority. So the fact that they're able to grab that banner relatively scot-free is really huge. They could have gotten picked out trying to go for that, but the fact that they weren't, kind of just bodes well for the rest of their lobby. E6, though, on the edge of zone, looking to try to make their way in there. Just go ahead and clearing through this. I like this. This is some disciplined play from an experienced squad. They know they don't want to get pushed in the back as, well, they potentially, I think, see someone on the other side of this double door. And yeah, it's the full English.
E6 getting very aggressive. It's very rare that you see a team negative rotate into the zone to handle or get the job done here. Popping in damage from the other side. The full English breaching that Dark Veil are quickly popped over in response. Noises stuck on, well, none there as Swinny picks up another.
Wow.
A Forge Shadows and a little bit more, seals the deal and sets them behind in 17.
That's the second fight we've seen from E6 where they just play confidently and just kind of absolutely dumpster a squad. They knew the squad was there. The full English, they had the setup. They knew that they could just kind of hang on out, but it's E6 who's able to just be like, all right, cool, have fun. We're about to just slam you. And that's exactly what happens. The conduit all got committed from the full English and it's not there, but here we go. It's Vamakere. Now I believe trying to hold E6. They were kind of a third party. Let's see, can E6 maybe fully wrap on out and maybe go from a different angle here? It looks like maybe that might be the play as they're trying to play a little bit sneaky.
I mean, I was going to say, they don't really have a choice, too. At the end of the day, they just extended all of their utility in that fight against the Full English, and taking up against Vamo into a choke. I mean, that's pretty much a death sentence for them, and that's going to be something that comes back to bite E6 in the future here, because Vamos Kire, they're setting themselves up in a really nice position of northern height above Cascades there. For Alliance now on the opposite side, though, they're going to be the ones to catch E6 out on that rotation. It is a first break, and they'll look for more. Black Hole out from Effect.
Black Hole does get committed. You see that Rolling Thunder coming on through. Effect trying to do whatever he can, maybe get an idea of where E6 is sitting. But it's just so many things coming on through, you know, that can kind of blur the vision. It looks like they maybe might have to kind of rotate back a little bit. They don't want to hardcore commit to this fight just yet. Maybe play from a different side and just catch E6 by surprise. We'll have to see what E6 is able to do. You see the pinks coming out. They know that somebody's over here. They know that somebody's got to be on the other side of this wall. Effect actually could use this lift to gain a cheeky angle. It's just, nope, gonna go from the side and finds a solid shot with that R9 as the rest of the squad comes on through, but everybody's shields ripped apart. Hawkes not able to stay alive. Effect going on in, does find Slab. Crack goes down, trying to be able to stay up, but Koifel is the only one there. Can Koifel get this bat off? I don't know if they can. The Thermite comes in. Here's another Rolling Thunder. Koifel tries to get away. Alliance taken out. E6 able to bring it back on top of them.
I'll tell you what, and on the other side of it is none other than players as well as Vamos Kire, who do put in damage in the middle of that fight. They make a rotation all the way from the north. Now, players, they're the ones to stand the test of trials here to see if they can also survive. The difference? Oh, a bit of a digi in hand, albeit it is still up against height here. They'll find at least the one knock onto Kashera, but are completely sent upon by Kings and Sands coming through to save Kingdom Come.
It's not over. Everybody is flying. Yeah, I mean, this is a sixth party, seventh party. This reminds me of one of those parties I used to have in college where everybody would just show up and they weren't invited. I'm like, what are you doing here? And that's exactly what's going on. Go Next has been able to come on through. We saw basically a third party on a third party on a third party on a third party. I'm looking to see who came out on top of that. We saw 3 or 4 squads just get taken out there. And you can see Kaishi kind of trying to be able to follow someone on through, wants to be able to maybe eliminate them. But whew, a lot of action.
I was going to say, in the end, it comes down to at least now the closing scenario. This is where we'll see the mass exodus of a lot of our teams, especially those who were catering towards trying to play out towards the eastern side. And it goes back to the remnants of those fighting here in Cascades first and foremost. And while they aren't present in a lot of the KP that we just saw, they're guaranteed to be getting into a top 10 position and potentially further, given or at least where we see that pull outwards. For 07, they lost down Nags. They're able to pull for the banner. We lose out on Phoenix in the meanwhile.
Made in Heaven, map number 2, looking a lot better for them. Obviously, they were not able to make it out of map number 1 too successfully, so I'm glad that they're able to be here. They've made it pretty deep already, looking pretty solid. Looking to gain some of these placement points, and they do have some KP on top of it. So a solid regain. Here's my question though: can they expand on it? You know, you had a kind of a bummer map number 1. Listen, you gotta kind of make up for it here in map number 2. At least get those average points, you know, up there if you want to be able to compete. So I'd love to see them, and obviously it seems like they've been able to have a solid amount of time doing that. They've been able to claim this building, just kind of hang out here.
Something to kind of watch out for in this future circle is a lot of this high northern control is no longer going to be in play or effect for the circle. Sometimes we see it kind of scamper over towards the height where you see currently a team like Go Next playing, but instead this time around it will be effectively lost and into open area without building. It's very unlikely they come out on top there. Nasky will be the one to finalize and seal the deal on E6 against Case Swinney, but it comes with the price. 2R1C finds Uchaco in the end.
A little bit of an unfortunate scenario there. Go Next. They're going to be one of the first teams to slide off that top. They've gained height now, so they can see down everyone else, but the only problem is that this does kind of paint the target on your back. If you're up here at height, anybody's looking around, they could potentially go ahead and tag you on up. So they got to be a little bit careful here. And I hope they play slightly passive. Just get your damage in where you can. You can see only 217 needed for Kaishi to upgrade that armor, of course, to red to match the teammates. Everybody's throwing some nades up here. They're just doing their best to stay alive and make sure that nobody gets the sneak on them. Smokes get committed. Digi's in hand for a lot of this squad, so they're going to welcome that. Let's see if they can find anybody.
This is just tough with the sight lines. I love the rotation from Go Next. They managed to transition away from that height successfully, where teams like Valkyrie and Need More Bullets aren't able to do so. As a result, for them now, as a 3-man, they definitely survive a bit further forward, but we look at that zone pull. It makes its way back over to Central Cascades, and this is going to be one of the first buildings to lose its presence here. Kaishi, you'd have to hope Dark Veil, something extra utility to give them a moment to spare here in these final moments, because once they come down from this height, you know sightlines are already on them. They need some kind of defensive utility.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, you got to commit maybe the smokes, maybe even like a defensive rolling thunder, right? Just to kind of eliminate somebody from a side looking at you. But they made so much work to come on here on top of this building, and now they have to do so much work to get off of the building, right? It's kind of one of those 50-50s that you try and make on the zone pulls in order to get there. So, but I want to give them a little bit of credit. Go Next, they take that roof, and then they're able just to kind of play passively, right? They weren't overextending. They weren't trying to use this height in order to get some eliminations, to get some damage. And they're saying, no, we're just going to kind of use this to get our pokes in where we need. And then we're going to kind of play. But you do have passion underneath you. And this is what you were saying, right? When they drop on off, they got to be careful, because you have a squad like Passion that's underneath you, you could get ripped apart.
Oh, and it's that drop that will be so punishing there. And oh, the missed landing right in front of them will punish Kaishi almost immediately, missing out on that minor bit of height from behind. They will take major shots against 0-0,
Wow.
but Maxi is so quickly eliminated by an immediate response from Denze and Kryn. You have to imagine EQ with Prowler is a big piece or portion of that. That Dark Veil, though, so good, but maybe a little bit too early. 2R1C on roof here, and you can only imagine that's LVH down below.
2R1C, you want to play this kind of late push in, but so much is coming in. Thorfinn is taking so much damage. The EMP looked like it did come on through. Gonna throw the thermite down as they drop. Hierka trying to stay alive. 2R1C not gonna be able to stay alive. Go Next kind of getting a little bit part of that. And you can see Bambino is the only one left alive as part of this squad. We're down to the final 4 remaining, doing the best they can to stay here. But a fight's going on the inside. Made in Heaven trying to be able to claw their way back from a struggle in map number 1. And unfortunately will go out in 3rd.
It's a bit of a shame. They take each other out, and in the end, from above on the outside, just waiting, biding their time after their successful fight here, it's Passion who wins game 2.
Passion, they had a really good map number 1, right? They were 3rd, but with 18 points total, right? They were able to snag a large number of eliminations. They take that map number 2. And if I know them, they probably did it with a solid number of eliminations as well. So Passion kind of potentially becoming a very early front runner for us. But let's take a little bit of a time. I do want to give a huge shout out to Made in Heaven, right? They lose that contest map number 1. Map number 2, they go out in 3rd with a number of eliminations to their name. So I like that. I always love a good, kind of regain story. I love a squad who's able to kind of get back into it, in the thick of it, and they were able to do that. But hey, Passion on top though, Zephyr. What do you kind of think off of that end game?
It's something that's going to build a gap that makes it very daunting for the rest of these teams to eclipse here, at least in the next 2 or 3 games. I mean, coming off of that back end there, they're going to be somewhere around that mid 30-point range off of a win alone. And I guarantee you they put up at least 20 plus points off of that one. So even could potentially be breaching 40 as a potential number there for Passion. Now they have the opportunity, if one game doesn't go quite their way on Storm Point, they have all the time in the world to make that one up. Another shout out though that I really want to give those LVH to come off the back end of game 1 with only 1 point and manage to make it to our end game. Let's take a look at that final circle.
Yeah, this was a little bit interesting, right? We saw a number of these teams that were on this building and looking about how they could rotate out. Passion was this squad that was underneath Go Next, right? We saw Go Next just wanted to stay on up here. They try and make this rotation, and it was actually that Dark Veil that was able to kind of keep them alive. I love this, right? 0-0, able to find one. They get the lift up, and I don't know how 0-0 stays alive here. That's like, I think, the key to all of this. 0-0 staying alive and popping this Dark Veil might have just won Passion the game.
Yeah, this coming through at the very end is so important to give them the time that they need to go for recovery here. And in the end, it's that little bit of a delay on the Dark Veil that, as you can see, even in this moment, is still available. Remember, that's a 30-second ultimate that comes out and is allowing them at least to subsist past the most important factor, which is this building on the edge. 2R1C, Made in Heaven, LVH. Had they not gotten that Dark Veil down, had they not gotten the opportunity to survive there, they would have been in full viewing range of any other squad. And as a result, that little bit of delay allows them to, honestly, they don't even have to participate in any of these fights in the end game. It's just that single decision that allows them to come through in the very end and then just kind of clean things up.
Yeah, really, really good thinking there. I mean, the fact that, like I said, 0-0 stays alive, buys them the time they need, and just let everybody else fight down below, right? I mean, that kind of, it gives them the space they need, and we saw right there, Made in Heaven was trying to take that fight at the very, very end. Really solid thinking there to be able to come on through and take that one at the end. We do have a little bit of unofficial scores on the back end here that I would love to be able to talk about. And hey, look who's at the top for KP here, Zephyr, on map number 2. It's Made in Heaven with 12 KP, 19 points total, just 3 points ahead of Passion, who came in first with 4.
And it still is a phenomenal stat line for Passion, but and going off what you said as we came out of the game immediately, Made in Heaven with a massive turnaround. That's what you need to know. 19 points is going to put them in a heavy contest for the top 5 and potentially more, as a team that just yesterday was literally only seconds away from being potentially eliminated and not even here today. Further past that, Go Next with 13 for themselves, alongside Aurora at 12, albeit not quite high placement. They still walk away with 9 KP that keeps them competitive.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really good stat line to see. LVH, we kind of hyped them up too. They're kind of 5-5. They get 5 KP along with those 5 placement points. That kind of rounds out your top 5. A team, though, that's kind of down towards the bottom, Alliance, not really doing anything in this game. They got 1 singular point for making it to top 16, which, like, congrats, but I don't know if that's what you need here, right? Or we're through the first 2 maps. Map number 3, hopefully they can rein it back on in, but we've seen it time and time again, right? Sometimes some of these players, sometimes some of these teams, they feel a little bit better about Stormpoint than necessarily they do World's Edge, but maybe that'll be the case for them. Who knows? Right. But either way, though, I'm looking at this top, man, and I really, really am enjoying the sort of storyline of Made in Heaven. They lose the contest map number 1. We obviously knew that, all right, hey, they did pretty good map number 2, but they do pretty good with 12 KP to boot, right? That just kind of goes to show the mental fortitude that squad has, and has me excited when we kind of are going to get through map 3 and into the back half of the map set.
Right, so now in 4th place overall, Made in Heaven have 19 points there. Passion in the lead with 34. They don't quite breach that 40-point margin that I was kind of starting to dip and dabble into, but still, 34 with the 15 there is definitely a conscientious map that that other teams now have to be worried about when it comes to their potential futures here. Surprisingly, though, Aurora is the team that manages to take second, not Vamos Quiere, as even with their win, not really being present in this second game, and instead Aurora, who continues to pick up a wealth of KP, currently the number 1 runner at 18th, takes second away from them.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of Aurora in these games, right? Like, we just haven't watched their POV because of what's going on the map and you know what's there. So the fact that they're here in second with 18 KP alone, 18 kills, is just wild to me. They're up here, they're up towards the top. If Yamakere, sure, they take map number 1 and they're sitting in 3rd off of that, but they only have 6 eliminations to their name. Aurora literally has 3 times as many eliminations as Viamokere, which just kind of goes to show me, I always love to see that. I love to see teams that are able to find those eliminations and are not afraid to kind of get mixy, get into the fight, and find those points and then convert them, obviously, on top of those placement points that are there. So kind of notable teams, though, Zephyr, at the bottom. Let's kind of maybe talk a little bit about them. Nessie currently sitting in 19th. This is a squad that we thought was going to do some really good things. Granted, we're only 2 maps in, so we still have a lot of Apex left to play, but kind of maybe a little bit of a slow start from them.
I mean, we saw their struggles with the wipe in game 1 with E6 and then rushing into the building with LVH. They never even got the chance to truly play this one out, at least for the start here. 1 point there. Another team that I'm fairly interested in is UA. They come out of yesterday as the #1 qualifying team here, making a big name, especially with Max, Strafey, and Artico kind of representing for the very first time in a long time. And as a result, at least right now, currently only sit at 4 points at 16th here with their one singular KP to boot. So, I mean, plenty of time, like you said. We're still talking about finishing up Stormpoint and making our way into the second half, but it's starting to look a little bit more dire. 1 or 2 more games like that, and there's no chance you even come close to the prize pool.
Yeah, but I think one thing that we have seen that it is possible to have one game and kind of light it up and really just sort of come online. And so maybe if you are one of these bottom teams, maybe you're able to do that, right? Focus on this next game, get a decent amount of points. All right, well, guess what we're doing after this game? We are then moving from here over, of course, onto a new map set. It's a brand new time. You get a chance to kind of recollect yourself. You have a new strategy. Maybe you have a new legend composition that you're able to pick up, and that maybe you can gain a lot of your points on the back half. You're able to win a game with a large number of KP and kind of come out on top. So it's always an interesting time in Apex, right? When we look at some of these scoreboards like this, because it's always easy to be like, they're not doing great. Like, they have a lot of work to do, but then they have like 2 good games and then they're sitting in 4th and you're like, oh, well, okay. Well, maybe it's possible, right? Maybe it is possible, but I don't know, man. When you have someone like Passion, though, who's dropping numbers like this, we might be starting to see a gap get formed.
Yeah, I will say, though, at least right now, 20 points is technically the scoring to beat if you want to find your way into any kind of money, right? And 20 points is nothing. We're still in the realm of one good game for any one of these teams. Even Infinite, who currently sits in 20th at 0 points, even they themselves, one phenomenal first place finish with at least 8 KP, suddenly puts them in the running for money, or at least more importantly right now, in a place where in that top 5 or 6 range, they have the opportunity to turn things around, come back into it, and start to put up the consistency that will then net them their prizing after that one good win here. So it's still very fleshed out, but the bar does continue to raise. You bring up great points with Passion. They've already continued to show they can put up good numbers alongside teams like Aurora. If you let them spin out of control, you never get the opportunity to truly catch back up. Instead, we're just casting the 2-horse race between these teams, deciding which one really gets to take first or second.
Yeah, I mean, granted, that's always fun, right? To kind of see 2 teams really go at it. But I love a competitive field. I love it when it's just kind of even across the board and really it's anyone's game. We kind of saw that in the qualifiers, right? UAIM, like you mentioned, who's currently towards the bottom of our leaderboard. Unfortunately, they were kind of going into that last game. They were just outside the money, and with one kind of insane last 12 elimination win, they were able to nab 24 points, and they're top of the boards, and now they are here. So maybe we could see similar storylines when it comes, of course, to today, but I think it's a little bit of a tougher lobby here today, which kind of does bring up a point. You and I were talking before the stream started, and I was kind of be like, hey, isn't today like a little bit of a tougher lobby? And you said, I don't know if it is. So I'd love to kind of gain a little bit more opinions on that, because for some of these teams are obviously struggling to find success, and maybe that's part of their mentality, right? That this is a tougher lobby. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on maybe why you don't think this necessarily is a tougher lobby and maybe just a different lobby.
I will say, I mean, right off of the bat, when we talk about currently where the points are, they're still in their kind of evolving state, but at least first glance, just looking at the top 6 alone, half of the teams we're looking at in the top 6 come from yesterday's qualifiers, and the other half of are invited here. So there is a really strong mix-up of those who maybe not are considered the best of the best, And then on the other hand, those who are a little bit more of a Pro League staple, notably Passion, Made in Heaven, and Need More Bullets coming through to at least be the first dominant form factor of our qualifying teams. The other top three being those of Vamokire, Aurora, and Go Nexu. Obviously, are a big hedge there from the last embers of Pro League. So while we aren't looking at any particular lead yet, I'd say that it is just as normal as that we've seen.
Well, we do have an actual graphic of our overall.
There we go.
Just gotta let our viewers at home come on in. I mean, I love this, right? We got Passion up at the top. You got Aurora, Vamokere, Made in Heaven. I'm still gonna keep hyping Made in Heaven until I cast or curse them, right? Maybe that's what it is. Able to come up on top. Okay. There. Need More Bullets. Your top 5.
There you go. We've discussed it through and through, but now you at least can put some imagery to the points that we have been discussing there. And of course, go next, 2R1C, LVH Alliance, and Elmwood 6. Some definitely big names, definitely in the continued running here to breach that top 3 and potentially find themselves surprising. And hey, if they perform well enough, a potential vote for the MVP at the end of it all here. But that is your overall results of our at least last 2 matches played, and it's the one that Passion breaches the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of one thing to kind of note. I mean, I love that you brought up the MVP because that's something that I think we didn't get a chance to talk about at the top of the show. We will be having an MVP voting where we're going to take some of your votes from chat in order to be able to kind of pose an MVP vote, in which then our production side will then pick out of the top 3 names that we see. So if you have an MVP in your mind, in your brain, who you think deserves it, obviously towards the end of these 3 maps, then hey, make sure you get your friends, get in here and chat, spam their name, get that Control V working overtime, and get it going through. Zephyr, if we had to pick an MVP currently already, based off these first 2 games, who are you picking?
If I had to admit or pull someone here, it's got to be from Passion, at least right off the bat, given the lead that they currently have.
Sure.
I don't have the entire statistics yet. Oh, man. It's between Denze and EQ. Personally, for me, I think I want to give it over to EQ more than anyone, though, given the fact that he was present in not only today's games and has shown a lot of great potential, but also was there to get the roster into today's, at least, finals without Denze, with Kiner subbing in there as he was dealing with some issues. So, at least for now, that's currently who's at the top of my list. I do want to let folks know at home, though, that we are settling out one final restart for our players behind the scenes before we jump into the final game of Stormpoint here. Remember, we want to try and offer the best competitive integrity that we can here as we get everyone into the matchup through some of the difficulties that they're seeing with servers.
So obviously this is our last map of Stormpoint before we move on over. We'll take a little bit of a break. We'll move on over to World's Edge. So some of these teams have yet to find success, obviously, on Stormpoint, right? I mean, we saw Made in Heaven. They slipped map number 1. They come back with a very strong map number 2, right? We saw some teams have a phenomenal map number 1, come back with a struggle in map number 2. So Zephyr, as we're getting ready to go into map number 3, you know, kind of what do you think some of these teams are learning? What do you think they're going to kind of look towards? Maybe is there anything that you've seen that a couple of squads have struggled with over the 2 maps that when you are here on this map, you have to remember this sort of like key bit of information in order to be successful?
I think the tempo is a lot faster in the current meta right now, and it's not something that you see a lot of teams particularly used to, especially with the hard reset of Conduit in EMEA. I know these teams have been playing through a lot of scrims here, but especially as we start to breach one of the first few times where we're getting pretty much everyone who's anybody in Pro League in the exact same lobby. This is probably one of the most competitive lobbies you're going to see until we start to get to the tail end of Pro League and we finalize the top 20 here. As a result, the pacing for some of those teams that aren't quite up to the muster needs to increase, especially on a map like Stormpoint. A lot of open areas, a lot of potential for plays and fighting. And by the time you get into the zone control, you don't have the opportunity to make that exchange. And those 3v3s can be incredibly dastardly. So take advantage of them while you have the chance, especially if you're one of those conduit-oriented teams. We've seen some go for the incredible super plays, like E6, kind of sniffing out rosters left and right alongside other teams like Passion and Aurora. And then on the other hand, teams like 2R1C, Phoenix Legacy, and a few other squads, while they are more placement oriented, you can see how they are starting to kind of find their struggles on the leaderboard as they don't quite get into the fray quickly enough.
Well, I definitely agree. The pace of play has quickened. Let's see. It's map number 3. I believe we are ready to go. So let's hop on board our last match here of Stormpoint. We'd love to jump on into it. Thankfully, production has given us some cool stats as well when we get ready to head into that map. Then I think agree with what you are saying, right? We're seeing a 95% pick rate of Bangalore, right? A 70% pick rate on Catalyst and 45% on Conduit. And when it comes to the weaponry, we have the R99 with 43 eliminations by itself. Next highest is 17 on the car, right? So that just shows me people are grabbing this R9, they're feeling comfortable with it, and then they're able to use those bank smokes, right? You throw a digi threat on it, and you're just flying at teams in order trying to be able to bring them on out. So I definitely think you're onto something, that maybe the pace of the lobby is shaking some of these teams up and is kind of not letting them be able to play the game that they really want to.
Yeah, I was about to say, when it comes down to it, that alongside the 30-30 is the place that we see at least some, or at least most of our damage come through here. Before we jump into game, as we're once again just trying to get the players involved, we get to take in one last look at this fight. And we discussed a lot of the, I will say, Dark Veil and its presence here and what it was able to do, but this never would have come through in its entirety if Passion wasn't able to get such a quick response off of that fight early on here from the likes of Go Next and more. And obviously 0-0 is going to be the big form factor of where that damage initially comes from, but huge shout to EQ from behind.
Yeah, really just solid plays there. And I like what 2R1C was just kind of trying to do here, right? They were trying to just use the top of this to the best of their ability. But it looks like they just get stuck with an Arc Star, which kind of just delays them as much as they want. And it looks like Ichako is the one who tries to be able to try and push up very quickly, very early, but just gets taken out. And it's just unfortunate at the end of the day. And Bambino, last one alive, was doing a great job of just kind of playing rat tactics over here, right? Trying to stay alive, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. It just kind of, this lobby just fell apart very quickly.
Well, it is something that inevitably comes back to give Passion their win. The question, though, does still remain, can they replicate this? Something that you have to note with Passion yesterday is the fact that they started off with a big win exactly like this with one in game one, but never quite ever came close ever again. The best they ever were able to perform past that was fourth with only 2 KP here. So it could be a bit of a shakeup in terms of a 50-50 for this roster when they aren't on their best foot forward. It's been 2 great starting games. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to cast or curse it yet, but they have shown that they are fallible.
Yeah, I mean, none of these squads, I feel like nobody should feel safe right now. I think that's the reality, right? And I definitely feel like some of these squads are aware of that and are playing as such. They understand that, hey, we are able to be taken out. We are able to kind of have the pressure put on us. And for a lot of these squads, it's really just about, their ability to kind of have the ice in the veins, be able to stay composed, be able to play together and do what they want, right? I mean, I feel like I'm shouting them out every time, and it's not just because it's their tournament, but like E6 in that, when they were taking that fight in that last game, right, against the Full English had like everything on their side in order to win that fight, I felt like, right? But the thing is E6, they just kind of play it just so well, so beautifully, that they're able just to kind of wipe them on up and then rotate around. Now, did it work out for them at the end of the day after that when they made the exit from that cave? No, but no. I like the idea. I like how they want to be able to do it.
It's where you commit the resources here, and it's where potentially you guys can commit some of your resources, potentially those hands I was talking about earlier. Reminder in chat, ! Giveaway or ! eSwap if you want to get your hands on a controller or some extra merch that we're giving away here at the very end of stream. We'll be settling that one out after our game 6, and you guys can have a piece of, well, no, not that one, that right there.
Hey, cameras are hard, man. Cameras are hard. That is the controller that EXE did use at LAN. So this isn't just some random controller that we're trying to tell you is good, right? It has some weight to it, right? We have professionals who are using it and are finding success with it. We've watched them even today kind of come online and do some crazy things with it. So if you're in the need of a new controller, maybe you're watching these guys, just one clip with this R9, and you say, I want to be like that. Hey, there you go. Bang. Go ahead. Go pick up your own eSwap to enter the giveaway. Grab your own. Come online.
With all that being said, after an extensive delay in giving our teams the best opportunity, all right, we're going to jump on into our final match of Storm Point here. We will be starting with one player missing. Sadly, even with all of our resets, we couldn't quite get them involved, but they've agreed to keep this one going as long as the tournament is running smooth.
We like that. Thank you. Thank you for the competitive integrity not holding up the entire tournament just because your own PC managed to not connect to custom lobbies. So thank you for that one. We definitely appreciate that. Last game here, Zephyr, of course, Storm Point here. Some of these squads looking to maybe gain one last semblance of success on the map. Others looking to continue their dominance. 07, one of the squads that we're kind of looking at to maybe make something happen here. Kind of dropping on in, and well, we have the one contest off drop, and so far it's a what, 1-for-1, I believe, off the first two maps. So let's see who will win this contest off of map number 3.
Now, last time around, we saw them go for the split on buildings here, and this time it's going to be somewhat similar, of course, with Aftermath taking for the central loot, something that can give way to potentially a bit of a lead right off of it, though. Kurev with some early damage on the Havoc. Smoke for smoke here, but granted, not really enough to sway anything on the other tides. Flash install taking advantage of this slight delay to get themselves looted up as well.
Yeah, look at that. Flash going to be able to find that R9. You love to see it. Has a Havoc in hand as well. Somebody's getting some shots in, though. Just going to kind of maybe finesse a little bit, finish looting here. Come back on over with the squad. They are pretty close to the zone. Lift will come out. Flash is here on the side. Can they be able to come on over and be able to decide and push this? We'll have to wait and see. Coming up over the top, Thermites get committed. Needs to reconnect with the teammates, though.
I'll tell you what, Maiden Heaven here with height have a nice advantage, but the push coming through from the gravity lift says otherwise. Still, though, double knock drop to save the day from Cinetic on this side. First with the car, switch over to Havoc and send Aftermath home in 20th. It's a 2-1 win for Maiden Heaven. And now Aurora as a duo coming in to get involved. They found the knock on Cinetic from afar, and they've actually evened out this fight into a 2v2 scenario here.
Yeah, wild position to be able to do this from Aurora. They're just feeling confident, right? Their third player wasn't able to load on in, and they do not care. They're still going to play this how they want to. One comes on in. They're able to sandwich Taxington, bring them on down. This is now a 2v1, trying to be able to go for the full thirst. Are able to do it. OJ comes on in, finds Arctic, Maiden Heaven. You win the contest, you feel good, but Aurora as a duo come in and clean you on up. You don't even get to enjoy your victory.
I can't even begin to express how good you have to be to pull that one off for Aurora. They take advantage. It was literally perfect timing there. Had that not come through any quicker, Aurora would have been left standing in face of a full, healthy 3-man. Instead, they take advantage right after that fight and deliver the KP that will continue to count and put them up on the board as we hopefully approach the future games and get all 3 of them back in the lobby. Once again, a huge thank you to them to kind of helping us keep this one running even after we tried.
Yeah, and you know what? They are currently sitting in second with 25 points. So they do have a little bit of padding here compared to the rest of the lobby. So, you know, they're probably thinking like, hey, we're down one person, but we feel confident taking this fight. Worst case scenario is we get slammed and whatever, you know, we're okay. We're ready to go on to World's Edge. But best case scenario is exactly what they were able to do. And that is clean up from a third party and get some, 3 KP to their name. And they can kind of just ride that out and, kind of go for some of the placements if they want to at this point. They don't have to take any other fights if they want to.
All right. We're riding a little too hard here, and I'll tell you what, it's gonna be something that comes back to bite us and then bite them later on. So for now, we'll look towards Pylon, where it's gonna be Vexed, a team that has been suffering, has been in the worst for wear, or at least struggle bus, as I like to call it, for the initial start of this game. Currently in 17th overall with 3 points. They've got themselves a hardy position here in the heart of Pylon, where this is something that can extend for a heavy late game. Now, granted, they did force out an early energy barricade, which is never too good to see, but if it comes at the successful take of this POI and keeping it under control on height, I mean, it's as good as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling pretty good about that. I mean, sometimes you got to kind of preemptively commit those resources. Maybe you don't have to, right? Hindsight's always 20/20, but you know, in the event that it's, you know, worthwhile, you're going to be so thankful that you did. Thankfully, hopefully they can kind of keep that going on up. So they find a squad that's below them. A couple shots go through, but they're kind of get ripped in return. This 2R1C looks to be below them as well, kind of doing a similar sort of tactic, right? Where they're using these fences to kind of gather on up, making sure nobody's able to come on through here.
Yeah, 2R1C on the low ground will have probably one of the more decisive controls of a zone like this, especially since they have the Watson in play. Phoenix Legacy, even more so. They're running double control legends. We're working with Catalyst and Watson here. That is going to be one of the hardest positions to breach for any roster at any given point. Granted, I am concerned about their current spot in Pylon. It's notable, and probably you don't need more than eyes to see it. It is multiple doorways, multiple entrances, and anything could be a thorn in your side for Phoenix Legacy, even if you're running to control legends. It's not a guarantee in that current spot.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the 2 control legends, right? Because if you are going to be able, if it's one of these zones that pulls in and it's only one building left, right, you gain a lot of control, right? I mean, well, you're running 2 control legends. Of course, you're going to have a lot of control. But you're just going to have just like the ability to hold and lock it down, right? At the end of the day, that's really what it is. But if you are in one of those zones that go open, you are lacking for a lot. It's E6. Okay. They were taking the fight. It was looking good, but it looks like maybe they got tagged up from the side. And now Slab
Nasty
do their best just to maybe get out of here.
Bro brought the Kraber to play. Over on the side, a single shot. That is literally that's the only weapon that could have delivered that kind of punishing blow. Remember, that is the Conduit / Revenant buffed combo that literally nothing can take other than a Kraber. Nasky pulls it off here, and furthermore, they'll take the further fight against the full English, wipe out Noises and Surdell, pick up that extra KP as a result, and I don't think they'll be able to find E6, but I mean, they might extend into zone here to seal the deal. That is, what a heck of a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, E6, I mean, they've been doing such a good job taking these fights, but unfortunately, you can't always count on, you know, what happens if we get Krabered while trying to take that fight. Rolling Thunder will get committed. It's going to force them to push on back. But can they be able to find this? They want to be able to take down E6. They know that this is a squad that if they're able to eliminate, that they're going to be able to kind of have so much pressure on the map taken off. You can see they're sort of here towards the launch pad. They're trying to be able to stay alive.
Shamani, this is a squad that was very aggressive yesterday and started off with a heavy lead, top 2 off of the first 2 or 3 games with wins themselves, and are looking to keep that momentum going, but at least right now haven't been in the best position. Currently on the overall leaderboard in 10th with 10 points. So still kind of in that range of motion I talked about with you earlier, Dandra, where one good game can still kind of put you back in the running for prizing, but a couple other instances and you might be falling outward. Aurora here, grab lift to a grab lift. Got to be careful. Oirin caught from behind, and this is why we see them extend far to the south here, and it might be a loss of 1, and I mean, at least for now, it's a health of 1.
Maybe. Yeah, it was a potentially loss of 1, but somehow Oirin's able to get that shield battery off and at least have a little bit to their name for now. And well, look at this. I love this. Geeky's just saying, yeah, all right, cool. Let me get the shots in from range. Maybe just take some pressure off of my teammate as they're trying to just find this wrap on in.
Yeah, it is enough there for Aurora to get the recovery, get each other back into a good position to rotate out here, and Go Next will follow through from behind. And Aurora, I wonder if they've got that kind of keen sense of smell here, as even one single shot will give this away. So they want to take advantage, and instead it's Maxi taking shots, and instead finally first drop on one. Now looking for second behind knockdown.
Decent sort of try from Aurora there. They won that sort of third party at the beginning. They're able to get a little bit deep. You know, I think they get one placement point, if I'm not mistaken, on top of that. So for having to be a duo in a lobby like this, not too bad. They might even outscore some of the full trios that we have here on top of that. So they try to do their best to stay alive, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, it's just not enough. Back on our side to 07, the squad that we know was kind of pulling off some miracles earlier with that Kraber. They're now kind of just holding this side of zone, trying to see, is anybody making a late rotation in? Can we catch anybody that's over here? Actually, look at the kill feed, Zephyr. Nasky again finds another with that Kraber.
The changes they made where they started dropping that one in rounds 2 and further, and now, of course, a weapon can drop in every single crate there, and that has been a punishing factor for teams. And you see 07 taking complete advantage for Nesties. This is a response that we have been waiting to see. They had their issues against E6. They had their issues against LVH. And now, well, they get their revenge. Cracked down K Swinney as well. It's just Slab somewhere in zone for the Nesties. That's more than 2 KP. That is justice for them in game 3.
Yeah, they were probably feeling pretty good about being able to get that revenge and be able to kind of cleanly take those two, right? It's one thing to get these eliminations, but it's another to get them just so cleanly that you're not super worried about it. Alliance on the other side, though, kind of get somebody taking them all down. Dark Veil gets committed, so does the Rolling Thunder. Hawkus kind of trying to back up. Looks like another Dark Veil on the other side getting committed. So Koifel gonna try to take their opportunity to maybe reset just a little bit. You can see Effect is kind of moved up a little bit, though, is getting ripped apart. Hawkus is ripped apart. Alliance is kind of crumbling right now.
They've gotten shots from both sides here. So Nessie's on one angle after their take against E6, and then a bit of some minor damage from the remnants of Pylon here that forces them back. It's none other than Tyler's former roster. Vexed have made their way to the outskirts here, at least put some initial damage down. In the end, it will be Nessie's that seals the deal on Slab. Graceful picking up that final of 3 KP. And it's going to be a full reset for all of these rosters from the north. 12 seconds to go. They've all got to figure out some kind of rotation to get into south side here.
Next, sitting up on top here. They can spot somebody. The shot's coming in. This 30-30 is hitting on the side of Modife. They're trying to do their best just to gatekeep, make sure nobody gets in here for free. I love this. You can see the teammates are down below as well, so hopefully they can go ahead and push on in. Vamokere on the other side, playing on top of this orange, just trying to also kind of do something similar to what we just saw from Vexed, as they too are using that 30-30, getting shots in from deep.
The minor fights that we do see starts with Sonya there, with a 30-30 and knock drop on to go next, but not much more in terms of the kill feed for LVH. It is a deep run into the heart of Pylon here. The evac that they just took does, well, grant them this position. Notably, this was held by 2R1C earlier before their timely end, or I guess untimely end. Meanwhile, Vamokere on the south side, they're making short work of this rotation, taking advantage. They want to beat them to the spider cave, though. Gotta be careful with cover from behind. This is a beautiful setup for Kashera on height there to send UAM home even after they picked up their KP.
Yeah, just very solid patience coming up from Vamokere there to make this read that there were people that were trying to make their way on in. They want to hold the spider cave. They want it to be in their possession to be able to kind of come around on through, because you kind of see you're either one of these teams that's in Pylon or you're going to be one of the teams that's at spider cave. And well, they've decided that they want to be a team at the cave. And Phoenix Legacy, they tried to swing on out. They tried to take this fight, but another team is holding them. You can see Pata trying to do their best to maybe get one, but it comes down just to the catalyst. Wall will come out. The Dark Veil does get committed, comes on through, trying to do their best just to get around here, maybe find 1 or 2 more eliminations. The damage is there, coming on through, and well, that's going to be able to find one on a Jay Hanzo.
Nice pickup there for the shield swap as well. Is going to keep the dream alive for Alpha Draft on the interior, and Padawan is still alive, actually managed to make it inside the building for Phoenix Legacy. I mean, they were choked out by Vex there, but they themselves now struggling in a fight of their own, kind of already eliminated. Matafe and Unlucky, I mean, worse for wear, choosing pickings and endings on the doors of the other side. Quick update, Nessie's eliminated in what looks like might be Lamokire, as well as Nasky found another Kraber shot.
That's just going to be what's going to happen the rest of this lobby. Is Nasky finding another Kraber shot. Currently, your kill leader sitting at 4. Namakere, though, on the other side of the map, we can see they're just trying to hang on by a thread. Sens is the only one left alive. The only thing I'm worried about for all those players that are at Pylon, like the zone is pulling them out. There's so much fighting going on here. Look at this Alliance. They've kind of set themselves up in a god spot, I would argue, right? They're going to see all of these teams trying to come on out. And they're going to be able to get all of that damage in.
For Vamakere, as good as they've been, it will be a finish in 11th. Phoenix Legacy, no better there. Finished off by the likes of Vex, who, with Alliance's position, might be the next squad to go here. Effect dropping Arc Stars and defensive options. Trained with a beam from below, taking out the man whose position he took. Bafes eliminated, and now a full recovery up towards height. Got to tank a little bit of that energy barricade, but ultimately we got Hockey's covering from above, finding cracks, send Vex home, send LVH home, send Infinite out as well.
So many just kind of 1 or 2 man squads left here that are just getting eliminated. Alliance, they did this great, fantastic job of gatekeeping all of these teams, but now they're going to be the ones that are being gatekept. They have to make their way up this hill and try and find a way that they can sort of play here, because you can see Players is a team that is above them, and if they're not careful, could get the jump onto Alliance. You can see the Digi threat through the smoke is going to be able to give them the information that they need. Grandmaster has to back up, though. Not a lot here. I mean, you're kind of taking shots from multiple different angles. They're just jumping up, trying to get the damage in where possible, but they're not even in zone yet. They're trying to play this high ground, but not play it too high because somebody has their angle.
They are one of the closer rosters to this zone, and with Kraber in hand, I mean, can make a turn for any kind of fight here. It's a minor height that they get to play with, but consistently taking damage. They'll be caught with their pants down, trying to recover when it matters most there. Passion on the other side. Alliance from below, looking for that next push, and it is 07 on the opposite end, who also looks just as scary. Need more bullets on the load ground.
And this is what you hate to see. I mean, there's 2 Krabers in this end game here, I believe, that are going on. So you got to be careful when it comes to this wide open zone that you're not going to be eating one of those to the mouth as everybody's getting pushed on in. Passion trying to do their best to stay alive. Densei is going to be the last player here using that care package, just a little bit of cover, but I don't think it's enough. Passion will go down in 6th place. As we can see, need more bullets. G Dolphin and Lynx are trying to do their best, play from this different angle. Some nice shots going in from Lynxer with that R9, playing around these trees, using this rock as they are just doing their best to maybe find any of these picks to hold this low ground to themselves. The shots coming through as the squad, they're trying to be able to bring them on down together. Shark does get taken out as they push on up. Can they be able to find this one player jumping around? Not going to be enough. Players going down. Final 4 squads remaining.
Meanwhile, for Alliance, they make one heck of a push here, sending 07 out in their hold, their dominant hold early on. It's going to be something, though, that we'll have to check the leaderboard, especially when it comes back to their KP. Still, right now, 3 for 3. Alliance on the recovery mode. That was going to be your best opportunity to wipe out this squad. Need more bullets on the other side, though. They do have the zone pull. They've got the position, even if the damage is making them look like Swiss cheese.
Yeah, I love this. You can see effect here with the Skull Piercer on that 30-30. He's playing from a different angle. I don't know if Need More Bullets realizes that effect is playing from here. You see the lift get committed. He's flying on in. Thor tries to do their best as Alliance just swarms like sharks in the water onto Need More Bullets, able to end it. I said, Zephyr, this was a squad that I was wondering if they could come online in map number 3, and they prove me wrong. They're able to come up on top with a large number of KP, I think, to boot.
That is, I think that's even just an understatement of a performance that we just saw from Alliance, because the last time that we had really checked in with them and were playing from their perspective, they were stuck on the low ground of a circle that was pulling back out towards the southern side, just outside of the shipfall choke area, right? And usually there are teams who are controlling a lot of that space, who take advantage and on your climb up are there to drop you down, especially when we were talking about double Krabers in hand, Nasky and players on both sides with targeted focus. Neither were truly able to get control in that exchange. As a result, we missed out on it. But Alliance, with an insane push directly onto the likes of 07, taking away what should have been their god spot, what should have been their potential win.
Yeah, just some really solid plays from Alliance there at the end. I love that you called that out, because it seems like exactly that. We kind of tuned into them. They're holding all of these teams. They got to push uphill, but they're able just to take out a number of plays to be able to take home that map. We do have that end game ready to show you. Let's talk through it a little bit as we look through the final moments of game number 3. You saw Need More Bullets. They were down here on the low ground, and they did a fantastic job of being able to kind of rip this team apart and be able to bring them on down. And then this gives them the space they need to get that revive off onto Try Hard Thor, while kind of the rest of the lobby is fighting. But unfortunately, I think it was just maybe a little bit too much for them at the end.
Yeah, I mean, and something to note here is this exchange cost them everything, right? As a duo, they're incredibly successful, but they have no utility to boot in these final moments here. So while they're doing their best to recover in this setup, Alliance has Koiful and Hockey's already raring to go. Effect with a quick shield swap there from 07. It just needs to stick the med kit before then. Something that you point out, which was absolutely incredible, is the fact that it's not the fact that they aren't losing on the zone, it's how they treat the push into it. A complete split of angles, a great smoke from Hockey's to dissuade the pressure, and then, of course, effect here over on the side. That's a huge chunk of starting damage with this slide 4 onto Tryhard Thor alongside Linkser that allows none of them the opportunity to reset. Usually you get to switch out the exchange of some of these players to give one or two the opportunity to pull that damage together. Instead, it's a full force from Alliance. It's the entire assault, 2 or 3 from both angles, and then an end and a win to go to boot.
I mean, really beautiful stuff from Effect there right at the end to kind of make that read, just kind of go wide. You know, they were able to apply the pressure, knows that they have to back up and sort of start shielding to maybe kind of reset a tad, and then Effect just goes wide. And next thing you know, they're trying to maybe slowly move up, Need More Bullets is, and then when you have Effect just flying at you from the side, it's a little bit hard to kind of navigate that fight. So huge shout out to Alliance. But we do have an update on our overall board, Zephyr. And I think we, with that game, it's a little bit of a shakeup on the standings here.
Now, hopefully we, in a second, will be able to pull that one up as well here physically. But it is going to be Alliance as we take a look off of their win here. They're not quite in first. They do manage to breach second. 32 on the board there. They take away that position from Need More Bullets, and Aurora, and at least now currently are in the prize of share.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this Alliance with that game. Like you said, they jump up. Aurora does kind of jump down a little bit, but on top is none other than Passion that's still just sitting there. You know, Passion's done a great job for these first 3 maps just to kind of keep getting their points where they needed to be able to just kind of lock it on in. And Valmaquiere has, you know, they were looking pretty good at the start. They've managed to slip a little bit though. and so with Made in Heaven, right? Obviously, that last kind of game number 3 pushed them down a little bit. But the kind of thing to note here is I'm really looking at sort of this band of like 30-ish points, right? That's kind of where I'm looking at, from basically Vamos up to Alliance. You have these 4 teams that are all just kind of on top of each other, and then it's a little bit of a drop off, right? We then get chunked down to like, okay, like around that 20th point where we have, from basically Made in Heaven down to 07, which is kind of this other like second group. So I feel like we're going to kind of start seeing, as we move over, of course, to these next 3 maps from Storm Point to World's Edge, that we are going to start seeing maybe a little bit of a separation here between some of these squads.
Yeah, it's something that will test the best too, because Storm Point is a map that comes rife with the changes and the new features that some of these teams are still adjusting to on the highest of levels, especially when it comes down to those that have the prizing to go with it. But ultimately, World's Edge is something that is more well tried and true, more practiced, and something that these teams, especially those that have a lot of context, great IGLs, and a lot of great decision makers, might be able to come back from. But we get to check out the individual scorings there. No one comes close to the 10 KP of Alliance there. The next best, actually, Vexed from the Interior Pylon with 6 for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes to show that I think this is game number 3. People are trying to really, I think, play their life a lot more. A lot less KP on the board, but obviously Alliance kind of were the opposite. They were said, hey, we're going to find our KP and we're going to be able to play towards the top. And 22 points, those are the type of games that you love to see. We mentioned it, that some of these kind of squads, they just have that one banger game and then you're just consistent throughout the rest of it, and that's what helps elevate you up. And that's kind of like even looking down at Passion, right? Sure, they only had 3 placement points with 2 KP, but getting those 5 points, is actually pretty solid when you're already up there, when you are ahead. So you're kind of feeling good about it as we get ready to move on to World's Edge. But it just kind of goes to show you that through these first 3 maps, we've seen a number of teams, they have that one really good game, and then in the others, they're just kind of clawing back for points. We potentially could see the same on this second map set.
Well, hopefully those claws are sharp, because the walls are getting thicker and taller here for some of these teams as that bar continues to raise. As for us on the stream, we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll introduce World's Edge for the very first time.
You are the Apex Champions. You are the Apex Champions.
I was about to say, okay, we're back. All right. Welcome back to the EXE Element 6 Invitational here. We are finally getting ready to jump into our final 3 games of World's Edge. If you're just hopping in, we saw an incredible chunk, or at least a lead and display of skill from teams like Passion and, hey, Alliance in their final pickup of a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fantastic first 3 map set. I mean, we've had a number of teams we're going to be keeping our eyes on as we get ready to go into the back half. But hey, we took a little bit of a break, right? We wanted to mentally reset ourselves. Hopefully some of these players took the opportunity as well, because for some of these squads, this is where they need to pick up the pace. We have squads like Passion and Aurora and Alliance who are starting to run away with it, starting to kind of gain a lead, separating themselves from the pack. So if they want to be able to have their chance at that, of course, 1,500-pound prize pool, they got to start lighting it up. And this is the time to do it, right? It's where we're swapping, of course, from Stormpoint to World's Edge. It's a new map, new play styles, potentially new legend compositions, maybe, I hope, for some of these squads. And let's see what they can be managed to do.
Right, because we start to kind of breach down to 7th place and down, you're starting to look at even a 20-plus point gap all the way up towards first, which if you're looking for the most, or at least dominant, or the top end for your point scoring, that's getting tougher and tougher here. And it doesn't even begin to discuss those who are on the lower end, right? 8th, 9th, 10th place, 11th, 12th, and further. You're starting to move past that. It no longer becomes one good game, right? You need to be looking for wins on top of another just to come close to working or walking away with any kind of a top 3 position. And I say top 3 because it's not even just first, second, or third. We'll take a look here at those results so you guys can see before we jump in. 31st, 32nd, 39 here. It's still definitely reasonable for our teams down to 8th, but as we start to look a little bit lower, it gets tough.
I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, with one, if you were able to take a game with 12 eliminations, that's 24 points, right? So I'm looking at sort of any of our teams that have sort of at least crossed the 10-point threshold. You could enter your name into that conversation with a very solid game. I'm looking at teams like Element 6 who have made a pretty good run. We saw 07 in that last game kind of be able to start to find their feet and potentially could carry that momentum into this game and have one of those types of games. But if you are some of these teams that are still in the single digits, right? Like a team like UAIM, your team who came through as the #1 qualifier team from yesterday, you're going to have to do that, I think, multiple games. If not have one banger game, you got to have your first sort of like map 4, map 5 have to be incredibly solid if you want to have your chance to kind of be in the running for some of that cash.
It's tough too, because at the end of the day, we've gotten to see the caliber that has come out from teams like Passion, like Alliance, like Aurora in their best foot forward. And it is terrifying. There's a decisive difference between what they are capable of doing in respect of personalities, what those rosters offer. But if you're looking to catch up, you don't have a choice. You have to be dropping wins on top of kills. You have to be getting engaged in these lobbies if you want to even come close. So you can't even just kind of meander through and just look for high placements at this point, because walking away with just 8 points per game isn't enough anymore. You have to be dominating if you, well, want to be on the top. It's crazy. It's almost like if you want to win, you've got to win.
This just in from Zephyr. Good teams are good. This is pro analysis and casting that we have going on here. One thing to note,
you can tell the 2 hours have fried things just a little bit.
just a tad bit. But one thing that we do have in this map, we have a couple more, I believe, contests, if I'm not mistaken, here on World's Edge, including some of our teams that we've kind of been looking at. One, it's a team that we saw contesting in Stormpoint is now going to be trying to contest here on World's Edge. It didn't work out for them in Storm's Point. Let's be very clear. Let's see if it can work out for them here. It's going to be Aftermath and Full English battling over that Overlook area.
And it doesn't get much better, though, for Made in Heaven. Coming out there over on the side of Monument and Fragment, they're going to share the location a little bit more spacingly with Vamokere, but ultimately, in the end, the presence of both those rosters being so close likely leads to them fighting, trying to compete for the same POIs. And the same could be said, even furthermore, for Nessies versus players. Neither of these rosters have particularly gotten I'll say, the best foot forward in some of their early initials, both kind of down in the top 10, and now they're looking to choke each other out right off of the bat.
At least the thing with that, you know, down at mod, it's not kind of like some of that we were seeing in the last game. Like, I feel like there, if you maybe lose the contest off of the first one, there's enough space there, like, you can kind of do it, right? Like, you can kind of make it work. Maybe you still have to take that initial engagement, but you have a little bit more time to work with. Whereas before, it was like, no, we're dropping, and it's whoever gets guns, we're flying at each other first, right? So maybe a little bit, you know, more kind of spread apart on this map, that some of these contests can kind of happen and maybe be a little bit more successful. We'll have to wait and see. Game 4, getting ready to start. I am very excited. Zephyr, what are we expecting, do you think, on this map number 4?
Like I said earlier, a little bit more control here from our teams if they know how to play out World's Edge. Those who have the best decision makers at the helm here are likely to dominantly walk away from these last 3 games. But for those of you in chat, I know we have been delaying, but never forget, the giveaway is still available and ready. Exclamation point giveaway, exclamation e-swap here. But there you go. We've made it in. All 60 players, all and everybody competing out here.
And right off the drop, we can see some of those contests that we know are happening will be going on as we're on board the full English, who are already taking a beating. Noises is downed already. Sir Dell trying to get away, drops onto the lower part though, trying to go for these punches, no weapon in hand. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Bryn is down as well. Sir Dell, I don't know what you got there. Maybe, yeah. Okay, you're off the map. Okay. Well, you tried.
It's not much better there. Meanwhile, for Valkyrie, though, that's a huge toss-up. We tune into their success over on Overlook, and instead we miss out on Vamo being eliminated by the likes of Made in Heaven. They were the ones to come out on top most of the time here in their exchange, and here in Monument, they beat out one of the best rosters here, at least for today.
Yeah, that's a huge loss because Valkyrie, we saw them take obviously map number 1, but since then they've kind of haven't been able to find the success that they've really wanted to. And well, when you come in here into this back half of the map set and you start this by losing your contest, you're not feeling great about it, you know? So hopefully map number 5, they can find a lot more success off of the drop there. Made in Heaven though, they're feeling good. This was a squad that had a very similar story to Valkyrie in that sort of first map set, right? They lost, of course, their first contest in that map number 1. They were team 20 out, sent back to the lobby. Map number 2, they come out frying and launch their way up the leaderboard. So I only hope that Valkyrie can maybe do something similar in return.
The only teams that we don't see fight off the drop here is Players and Nessies, and it's actually the entirety of Dome that they opt to pick up as well. And that's why we see a delay in that action in terms of a quote-unquote contest. And given that kind of timing frame, it allows players to actually get the rotation out here towards Geyser and start to cater towards where we are beginning to see some of these teams, LVH being one of those rosters who does get the early scan out there from Jay Hanzo on this control-based legend. We get a little bit of that split, a half and half of where it likely isn't ending in landslide, but over in front of Grandma's house and this respawn beacon.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting area of the map, right? I feel like somehow it's like not a named POI, but yet you always find yourself like on this part of the map. I feel like every time I play Apex, every time I'm here on World's Edge, I like find myself over at this grandma's house, over at this respawn beacon, and there's just like 90 teams who are happening to fight here. So knowing that it pulls over there, though, I'm not surprised to see LVH. They want to be able, they are able to find that vault. They open it on up, and well, they get some nice goodies out of it. So they're going to be stacked and potentially ready to fight anybody that they come up against.
It might be Passion here that they work into an exchange as they've just managed to land out here on the side, but they're quickly picked apart. A Hemlock from afar leaves Denze looking worse for wear. 0-0 on the quick setup with the Watson fences, but I gotta tell you, when it comes to carts like these, it is a terrible spot to be in. I love the reorienting from EQ, but ultimately, Phoenix Legacy are so quick to push forward on this assault there. Alpha Draft is going to have to take a second off back in, looked for batteries, but, I mean, optimally, they've come out on top here. They've already wiped 2.
Yeah. I mean, that was just such an insane pick really quick, right? And the second that they get it, they fly, but look at the kill feeds effort. Passion already taken out so early on in this game.
That is insane. That is some of the strongest teams that we've had in the running. It's only Aurora who still is in that lead there. Need more bullets as well, as it's looking like North Side looking quite chaotic. And for Aurora, they themselves are already looking worse on the head here of our ridge line. Is going to be a pull back in a way towards the L-shaped building here to give themselves some recovery, not looking to get too aggressive towards the survey camp. Don't want to be punished like their friends.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora now is actually poised. If they have a very solid map, they could actually take first and start to sort of build a little bit of a lead. But before they can make that happen, they got to be able to make it into zone. You saw them where they were playing. They were kind of getting gate kept, a little bit of held, and back on up, decide to reorient how they want to be able to take this. Zip line potentially going in towards Epicenter. See what they can do. Rain, nobody on the scan, so feeling maybe semi-confident that they can make this push in, and well, they're able to get here and get to this high ground, which is, I think, pretty nice to be able to hold this on the edge of zone, being like, hey, there might be other people rotating in. We might be able to just kind of sit up here, wait a little bit, see where zone pulls, and decide our next move.
It is tough, though, because as we start to kind of reach towards the western side, there are teams that are going to be taking advantage of some of those minor ice ridges over towards the side that Aurora are inevitably going to have to fight into. And that, I mean, leaving yourself up to that exchange can always be an issue. Still, though, for now, I mean, it is Spire High. I mean, you do get to survive at least past the round 2 here, and for most of these squads, you probably won't be seeing them go for that kind of exchange. For Go Next, though, I mean, successfully able to assist in the wipe of Passion from afar. They're going to try to hold out the choke here. This could be really dangerous and really tough if you're not careful.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I'm like, you've made it over here to this choke point. You're hanging out. Feel like it's so easy to get somebody to just kind of like sneak up on you and push on you and just get taken from a couple of different angles, you know? Like that's really what I'm worried about. It's like, okay, cool, you're here, that's great, but I don't know if you're really going to be able to do anything as much as 07. They kind of were doing something similar, but they're going to make their way inside of that cave as well. And well, hey, I mentioned it earlier, new map, potentially new legends, players bringing out the caustic.
This is something that we got to take a look at yesterday from the players, and it was something that guaranteed them, I mean, their initial success with the wins here on World's Edge. It didn't garner anything afterwards, but still, bringing the caustic out, they are one, if not the only roster to do so here on World's Edge. It's a blast from the past, as I was talking about with Tiffany.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like with some of these comps, right, you run more like what you feel comfortable with than necessarily like what's the most optimal. And I feel like especially a legend like Caustic, that's what it is. Like if you feel confident that you can make something happen with this legend, then you make it work, as Thorfinn 30-30 in hand hits some nice headshots.
And now you've brought in the attention of Made in Heaven as well there over from the side. They hear those shots, and they might be starting to get involved here in a moment. For Alliance, this is the squad that was putting in some action over towards the side when we checked in on land side. But we'll jump back on over to Monument and see if this fight comes to a head.
See Made in Heaven just kind of hanging out. 2 already on the board for Arctic. Gotta imagine probably some more on the teammates. They're looking to go through. 2R1C, though, they're going to be able to spot somebody out. And whoo, players with the 30-30 in hand today are feeling good. There's another crack, able to get in some solid damage. Hako going to be able to readjust. Let's see what they can be able to get in. There goes the Arc Star. There goes the grenade. Trying to be able to land in it. They peek on out players. Gotta get taken down. The Caustic was the last one left alive. Just peeks a little bit too wide, though. Gets deleted.
It's a bit of a shame there. And for 2R1C, they're, I mean, in the perfect situation to capitalize. R99 with Digi in hand. That's about as much of a counter as you could possibly expect there. And for them, they're going to take the time to go for a little bit of recovery, but optimally, you do have to worry about their further position, kind of extending as far down as they did to go for this KP. Might come back to burn them, as we are going to be catering a little bit further towards the northern side, where we see LVH maybe in an opposite but similar situation. They've got to worry about this choke from the northern end. Getting in past Grandma's house can be incredibly difficult, and even now, they are still kind of worried about what exists in Skyhook. They know they're not completely alone here.
Yeah, you can see on the map here, it looks like we got one solo that's kind of with them over here at Skyhook. So they're being mindful of that. They, on the other side of the map, though, over at Epicenter, it's Aurora. We saw them kind of take the high ground there, as now they're trying to look at what do they want to do. The Rolling Thunder comes on in. Geeky's going to maybe try and gain some high ground with that flatline, get some damage in. Just kind of playing it safe, though. No Digi on the R9, though. Lift comes out. They're looking. Black Hole gets committed. The Arc Stars come out as the follow-up, looking for more. I don't know if they're able to get anything. You're seeing the pigs go on out. As Aurora trying to be able to push the fight. They take down the enemy Black Hole. And they're kind of looking around as ever. I don't know if they know where these enemies are, if they're actually trying to take them. They're pushing on through, but they're not really getting any damage in.
It is a minor start that they get on top of Aftermath, and it's going to be enough to push Aftermath back. Now, thankfully, it's around too close, so it's not entirely the most punishing situation, but this is something where, I mean, this is where you have to make some of those hard calls, right? For Aftermath, going for a fight like this is something that guarantees you further positioning, and instead giving it up, I mean, you take zone damage, you take shots from behind, and optimally, you start to lose out on one, and that's something that can lead to you potentially being done.
Look at this Aurora, look, getting a little bit aggressive here. You see the pings come out. They're going to start playing into the zone, bringing somebody on down. Alliance for these squads is on the outer edge, trying to stay out. Koifel gets us some good shots, but takes some in return. Has to back on up. Looks like an enemy Dark Veil does get committed. Koifel's got a Dark Veil of their own, ready to use if needed. This squad is trying to swing to the left. Maybe Koifel can get a little bit of height, play from a solid angle. You're seeing the Conduit all get committed. Effect is kind of on an island all over there alone. The Rolling Thunder comes on through. Dark Void gets committed as they decide to push on in. Koifel, though, very low. Does not have the shields in order to take this effect, trying to be able to reset as well. Hawkes doing their best from the side. But it's going to be Effect who's going to open it up with a kill onto Linkser with the R9.
Matafe, though, with one on the response there. Now from above, Hawkes can do the best to try to close and secure the gap. Linkser on full thirst, but they have lost out in entire. And this was the issue I was talking about early, right, when we were discussing 2R1C. It's the fact that all these teams got to make the rotation towards the north here. It's not much better for Vex, though. They're also in the same situation, albeit maybe a little bit closer, but losing out on Lucky is a cost of time. With that zone ticking, with that zone rotating, it's not something that they're going to get, well, the opportunity to really collapse upon. Unlucky down again. It's need more bullets is G-Dolphin.
Yeah, G-Dolphin able to find the angle, bring them on. Dude, you thought they were trying to be able to get the revive off. It was a solid idea, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough. Matafe gonna be the one left alive. Hemlock in hand, trying to throw the bullets down range. Does get the level up on the shield. It might be enough to kind of give them the idea for this sort of rotation on in. Does have disruptor rounds in this alternator as well. Could throw down some solid damage. Is getting the shots in, but it's just not going to be able to stay up. Vex gets taken out. LVH gets taken out. Need more bullets gets taken out. 3 heavy hitters just immediately gone from this lobby.
And all of them trying to compete outside the landslide area inevitably are taken out here. And for Go Next, who have been defending this choke through and through, they've actually surprisingly managed to survive all the way. It's going to be Kashi, though, caught from behind. 07 coming out of nowhere, likely from the tunnel choke, getting involved, and will be the full wipe. Bambino and Maxi have to be so careful here, because it's not just them that we just saw in this area. Alliance also to the south. One bad move means their end, and for 07, it's a great take that puts them now in the driver's seat for a choke that once wasn't theirs.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of the awkward part, right? Like, you have really these two sorted chokes. You got to figure out which one you want to play through. And they're holding this sort of mid ground right now, saying, is anybody else going to try and move on through here? Can we catch anybody else who's trying to, make this rotation, make this push through. And it looks like they are just going to leave it alone and try and get on through. Meanwhile, on the other side, 07 is going to opt for the other direction potentially. Try and go on through as they're kind of stuck on the edge of zone. Go next after making it on through. They got to be careful. Looks like there's some teams who know that they're over there. Bambino and Maxi trying to stay alive, both very, very low. Look who it is. It's Alliance up here on top of the rock with them. Gonna take down Go Next into our top 10 squads.
Ultimately, in the end, that's something that comes back to bite with a confidence. Alliance now with all three actually back into play here. This is going to be something that's huge for them, as they will still have to compete pretty aggressively to get in towards the south side of this zone, but maybe not as bad as 2R1C. We had their issues coming out from the building earlier on here. Now already down with Utako. Make it once more. It's our friend Tyler, who is, well, at least repping our friends from the McLean family. Bruce Willis here over on the side, and I'll see if they can keep this one going. They will be picked apart on the side, but they got to fight ahead on that Dark Veil.
Rolling Thunder is going to come on through, and it's going to absolutely rip apart Graceful. The Bangalore trying to be able to slide their way on through. It's not going to be enough. JMW is the only one left alive. Has to be able to try and win this. The shots are coming out with the 30-30, and it's not going to be enough. Nessie getting taken out, and that's going to be Arctic, your new kill leader with 4. Made in Heaven, continuing the momentum from, of course, that first 3-game map set. They go up over the rocks thanks to that Horizon lift. Shield swap will come on in, climbing the rocks. Mountain Goats engaged as they're looking to maybe find some more up here and just get into a better positioning, but it's not going to be that easy.
I'll have to hoof it if they want to survive here. Alliance still alive as just a single member. Koifel are subbed for the day, keeping the dream through and through. Meanwhile, for Made in Heaven, it is a full wipe. No more Taxington in play here. Left up to the duo. And on the other side of it all, UA, for the very first time today, actually alive, full 3, picking up damage, picking up KP. This is something we've been waiting for.
I mean, it was on this back half map set. It was on World's Edge yesterday that we saw them kind of finally come online. And seemingly they are continuing their momentum from yesterday to be able to do that here today. UAIM in your top 6 right now. Finally here, we heard nothing about them on Stormpoint, just be honest, right? But here we are on World's Edge. They're obviously feeling a lot more comfortable on this match, and they are finding the eliminations. But is it going to be enough when you have squads like 07 on the other side who are just flying around the map, trying to be able to stay up on top? Nasky does go down, but they're going to try and maybe commit for the res here.
Oh, Dark Veil down, and they get Nasky back in it. A Radiant transfer immediately coming through from him to give him the opportunity off of that gold shield to get the health back up. It's actually the damage that gives him the opportunity to survive for just a moment more, but inevitably it's going to come back to Nag's crew to finish the job off. A gold res looking to stick that one out, and they barely are able to do so there. Now Aurora looking to close the gap from the other side, and a beautiful, beautiful 99 in hand. A beam there over on this side, and Oirin looking for revives of himself.
I don't know, I think he's trying to shield swap, but like his teammate is too far close, and he just can't see, absolutely going for the revive. Not what they wanted, but look who it is on the other side. It's a UAIM just picking apart from distance, going to be able to take this map number 4. Actually coming online finally. We were waiting to see it. I'll be curious to see how many eliminations did they have to back up that 12 placement points, but we love to see this. You called it at the top, Zephyr. A lot of our heavy hitter teams were eliminated very early on, and it was time finally for one of the bottom teams to get their time to shine.
It literally feels like deja vu there with UAIM coming in what feels like the final embers. Granted, it is game 4. We've just started to breach our second half, but that's what they need after being so far down and out. This is the response that will now allow them to potentially compete for a top score. It's very unlikely that they're going to be pushing into the top 5, but I mean, it's enough of a point margin that will allow them, if they continue to have great games, the opportunity to start to fight for prize.
Yeah, and that was kind of the storyline that we were talking about with some of these bottom teams going into this sort of World's Edge set, right? It was that, okay, you can have a good one, but then you need to have two more pretty decent ones to be able to come on in. But let's take a little bit of a look at that end game that was there before we talk too much about points, because when it got to the end here, this was a little bit crazy. It seemed like it was everybody was just trying to do their best. And ultimately, it was UAIM at the end of the day who was able to just kind of hold this slow side of circle and just pick apart teams from this other side.
Yeah, they have an excellent pull here to cater off of the respawn area, which is a great place to play outside of just even a grandma's house there. And optimally, it puts them so far and away from this action that when it comes down to 07 and Aurora and everyone else beginning to fight out here, they're nowhere to be seen. And optimally, the damage is just, well, being done for you here. Most of these teams down to their final members. I mean, you could look even in the feed right there. 5 squads left. You know, 3 of them are UAIM. 4 squads split between 7. No one is looking too hot. Credit where it is due, though, to 07. They made a lot of really great choices here in the mid game that got them to this position. And while they walk away with a little KP, in the end, they don't win out that game, but we're definitely one of the most poised squads to be putting in some real action into the top end.
And huge shout out to Nags there, who was able just to play that knockdown shield beautifully, right? I mean, it looked like this was a free pick for Orain, and it just wasn't able, but it kind of at the end of the day was, I believe, just enough that they needed in order to stay alive. 07, I think, able just to kind of, they might have came in second. I'm not entirely sure. But either way, Nags, just a quick little thinking there, right? Nets you a couple little placement points. Yeah. Sometimes it's just those little micro decisions that can help elevate you from literally an entire standing on the leaderboard.
And it's a nice resurgence from Aurora as well. We didn't really get to check in with them regarding how much KP they were really bolstering. But after one game as a duo, they're back in full force, the trio to represent. And now they come through with the points that should keep them competitive on the board. It's only 5 KP. Heck, 5 seems to be the number for a lot of our top ending teams. Yeah. But I mean, in the end, keeps it actually relatively even.
Yeah, I mean, and look at that. I mean, 17 is decent, right? I mean, that's kind of a nice number you like to have. Pair that on top of potentially maybe like another 12 or 15, you're in the conversation. But it's pretty hard when you have Aurora, who going into this, we're already at the top of the leaderboard, dropping 14, right? You have those 9 placement points. You have the 5 eliminations to boot. That's going to help them kind of keep up there at the top. Let's talk a little bit about the overall, because this is what I'm really curious about. And well, look who's made their way to the top by a singular point, Zephyr. It's Alliance.
Alliance showing up in that final game. Koifel staying alive as a rat was enough to seal the deal and push Alliance finally into the driver's seat, even with a substitute. Now, granted, Koifel's an insane substitute, but still, even with a substitute, they are now in the lead. But granted, Andrew, it's not by much there. 1 point ahead of Aurora, only 4 ahead of Passion. That's when we start to see our gap with Need More Bullets and Made in Heaven, but still, truly anyone's game down there from first all the way to 6th.
And I love that. It's usually about this time in the broadcast when we usually have one team that's like kind of, you know, far and above ahead. And it's like, okay, they kind of have to completely throw a game and another team has to do really well in order for it to be competitive. But no, we have 3 very competitive teams right here, right now, ready to try and take over the lion's share of that prize pool. But map number 4, done and dusted. Map number 5 is ready to go. I don't know, Zephyr. I'm really curious. We're seeing Alliance come online. Can they do it in map number 5? Let's go ahead and see.
Here's the big question I have, though. I know we love to discuss Alliance, Passion here, as well as Aurora, and granted, we're trying to see how that settles out, but it starts with a whole lot more action much earlier on, and especially a team that I'm most curious about, Vamos Kire, here on Monument. Lost the fight against Made in Heaven, notably something that allowed Made in Heaven to actually compete all the way into the top ends of those final moments. They're keeping them in the top 5, pushing Vamokire now down to 8th place with only 24 points. Let's see how they treat this contest.
Well, it looks like already very quickly we are into it. Alternator in the hands of Kashera, looking to just continue to go on through. Does get the armor crack. Literally has one bullet of flesh remaining. Drops on down. Does not decide to chase. Wants to come on side. Well, Kings is the one who actually goes down first. Vamakiere, it was looking great for them, but Taxington answers back to bring down Kings as they drop on through. Looks like the armor swap's able to happen. Sens is taken out. Kashera. Vamakiere. 2 for 2. What?
This is insane. We just saw them put up 150, literally a damage away from a knock. And instead, it is a turnaround, a massive pickup, massive in PKs in hand here for Made in Heaven to wipe them out 2 for 0 here on World's Edge. And something to note as well, the full English now getting a response of their own here against Aftermath.
All right, well, at least, you know, they were full English, were able to win their second contest, feel good about it. But man, I mean, Vamakiere, you just hate to see that. At some point, you kind of have to like ask yourself, you know, maybe after that, you're in a solid position on the leaderboard. It's okay. You're in a moment where like you could have gone to Fragment, right? Like you don't have to fight Monument. You could have kind of landed Fragment. Just got yourself together, get your bearings a little bit more, and then decide to take that fight. But it's right off rip. They want to bring it to them at Monument. It looked so good. I have to imagine if Kashera was able to get that knock, that fight goes entirely different. But the fact of the matter is that player is able to get away. They do the 180. They push back on top of them, and King's going down was just terrible timing for them.
This is going to be the response that we now need to see from the remnants of these fights here, because the zone is catering directly to both of these teams here. Made in Heaven, of course, and full English getting possibly some of the first takes to a zone that pulls towards this no-name area. And you can see 07 making just as quick of a move. That's a double evac tower to present directly into an initial building here. Nags on that Kyle's going to secure this one, and this is a spot that for 07 might last until the very, very end. I know we haven't really discussed them much, but they've shown presence through a lot of these games, and notably are in 6th right now with 30.
Yeah, I feel like every time we get to an end game, right, we see this flurry of eliminations that happen, and it's always 07 is somehow in the mix, you know, doing their best to stay alive. We saw Nasky with that Kraber in map number 3, and it was doing some insane work, and they were finding a lot of these picks, so seemingly seems like they are feeling great. But look who's not too far away from 07. It's going to be UAIM, who's also made their way over to this area.
Now, this can be a bit harder of a building to hold there, but for UAIM, investing in the double control-based Legends is a zone play that will last just as long there, and maybe looking to continue to reap the benefits and push up. They're in 10th right now with 24. I feel like I said this before, but deja vu. One good win would put them on the top here. For now, LVH, though, this roster, bit of a contest in the landslide area, looking for slight pushes here. Love the angles from Liffen on the other side. Don't know if Go Next see this.
Kaishi has taken a lot of damage, goes down to a singular HP, and does able to get the shield bat off. Maxi has taken a lot of damage as well. Arcstar does come on in. He'll be able to dodge that, though. Kaishi thankfully was able to get that, but look at this. A fuse in the hands of Bambino. I didn't even see this. You're seeing those grenades get launched up on top. Trying to bring that player down from above, but man, I want to wait till after this fight, Zephyr, but I would love to hear your thoughts on this fuse being brought in here. It's our first one of the day.
If it survives, that's all I'm going to say there, because for LVH, that was an insane start to a fight that should have ended there. Now pushing up with heightened advantage. Go Next are so quick to respond. LVH had the chance to pull the trigger, deliver, and seal the deal. And we were talking literally seconds away from their finish. Do you want to note in that feed, though, real quick? We are getting a double knock on Passion. This might be the end for them as well. You might see the final moments of this fight.
Okay, that ultimate does get invested from the fuse. Maybe a little bit of zoning, trying to catch them out, get in the damage. You can see the Dark Veil just Kind of separating it out, making it a little bit hard for this team to fight on to go next. And it looks like they might just have a little bit of respect and say, you know what, we're going to go wide. We're going to go for the other side. E6, though. Got to be able to get in some shots.
Just out of nowhere, you're mano 3v3, and then E6 says, guys, what are we doing? Why are we spending so much time in the heat of the action? Slab there, turbocharged Havoc on one side. Something scary to note, though, is that Effect finds the wipe onto Vaves. That's Alliance here as well.
A couple different fights. So E6, they have to be a little bit careful here. They're getting aggressive. They're coming on up. They see these loot boxes. They want to try and maybe replenish, reset a little bit of a fight. Alliance, though, they've made their way away through that vault cave, and they're just rotating on out. Don't want to be there anymore.
I mean, if you pick up the KP and you know it's getting a little hairy, you might as well say goodbye. And the craziest part of all of this is it has allowed Go Next, the initial roster who is almost on their way out, the opportunity to say, all right, slow things down, lay it, well, all right, you can't rat from a scan. This is an issue.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him kind of back on up. I think they were thinking about going for the wrap, but then decided to stay around. But you're right. I mean, K-Swinny's here, moved over to the Bloodhound from that Revenant on this side and is getting the scans in. You can see the shots are going on through there. A little bit of a chase happening right now. Turbocharger on the Havoc ready to go. If they're not careful, this could be a ton of damage. Crack does take a fair amount. The Conduit coming on in now, helping out E-Swinny, trying to move on up. Maybe get some of these tags out. But this could just be a nice solid play, right? Even if they don't get a knock, even if they could just get them to rotate away, they kind of get landslide in this area, and then just to have they get to focus on their push from sort of a singular direction. I don't have to worry too much about all of these different directions that a team could come in from.
It is a little bit worrying, though, given how far they extend deep into this exchange. I mean, they're nowhere closer to where they need to be on the zone. While, yes, they are going to push back towards landslide, they still have a chunky distance to go for this future zone, one that is clearly gatekept by many here. Shamani definitely being one of those rosters. Granted, not currently in an issue of this zone. There's still a lot of spacing over towards Geyser that will be available as we're looking towards Zone 3.
Sharp was trying to maybe just gain some info there and took a number of shots. Shields get ripped. We'll have to burn some of these shield cells to get back up on top. So we can kind of back up a little bit as they want to play this choke. But look at all of these teams that are just so close over here by Grandma's house. A couple of teams have taken up home inside some of those buildings. Other teams opting for the hill here, holding some of these chokes. Need more bullets. One of those teams that's opting to hold one of the chokes, kind of they get in a good sight line down into Grandma, so if any fight breaks out, you know, they can kind of maybe take some pot shots from deep and maybe kind of, you know, try and get there and get some early KP. But other than that, they seem perfectly content on just playing here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, great spot for Need More Bullets, counter to Shamani there on the other side. These two can be really, really good for controlling the pace behind you, and you can pick up some great KP. The problem comes when you're forced to transition, and only one squad is really allowed to play the outskirts of zones like this. And granted, they perform very, very well in a lot of situations where the zone does cater, but it comes with a huge chunk of fighting to get to that position. Fighting against teams like Alliance, holding the third choke down here.
E6 looks like they've been able to make this wrap. We saw them kind of pushing out a squad from landslide, so they're able to get on in as they start to make their way around. Vex seemingly in a fight here. You mentioned it, only one team gets to kind of hold this edge. Vex was out there, but it seems like maybe two different squads are trying to fight them, kind of taken out. Unlucky taken out. This is all on Matafe. Only one left alive. Let's see. Looks like Alliance is going to be the team that wants to move on in. Is on the other side of the map. E6 looking to get aggressive as well. K-Swinny being that front man coming on in. Nice shot from deep from Slad. Able to bring them on through. Gets the break. I don't think they get the down though. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, Vexed eliminated. Made in Heaven eliminated. Alliance finding a number of kills. E6 trying to do the same on the other side of the map.
I was going to say, E6 wipeout made in heaven with that final onto Cinetic, and Alliance with their finish on Vex might lead to these two teams competing against each other. Swinny cracked from Alliance on the other side here. They tried to see if they could potentially get involved before the full reset and instead find a very healthy and well-trained eye of Alliance there. And now, while they will look for recovery back towards that East Fragment section, Alliance are to loot up, enjoy their spoils of war, and now look towards the likes of Need More Bullets and Shamani over towards the north side of those chokes we discussed earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance, I feel like being able to win that area is just insane. Like, it gives them so much power. Like you said, they get to actually take a chance, go through those loot boxes, and be able to find a lot of different, things that they can use moving forward. And more importantly, they gain the positioning. Nessie, though, making their way through these caves, and it looks like they're not alone as they're starting to maybe take some engagements. Somebody's getting some of those shots down. There's a Wraith portal nearby. Maybe just a little bit of a pre-fire, hopefully landing on in, but...
We'll see where they've ended up here. The full English, a squad that actually hasn't rotated much or to do afar when it comes to their start here in Overlook, are now going to be finally forced to make the exchange. We talk about the no-name area. That's where this zone was going from the absolute get-go. You can't really play from the eastern height like usual, though. This is one that caters more directly towards the building. So, I mean, this is going to be a really tough challenge for all of these teams who really haven't made a good choice to invest in the real estate that is the no name. With full English down, Aurora happy to take shots from above.
Orain is taking a lot of damage going down on the side there. Hopefully can get the reset. You can see Arkstar is getting thrown on in. He's able to pop that shield back. Geeky's taking some damage. Somebody's flying on in over here. Well, it looks like it's going to be the full English. Circling, going to drop that smoke as the R9 and a digi threat to boot as Shamani and full English get taken out. Circling, doing a fantastic job of punishing the full English as they decided to make their way on in. Need more bullets on the other side, taking considerable amount of damage as they start to enter a fight at this choke. Dark Veil's going to get committed by Linkser. Hopefully gives them the cover that they need in order to maneuver in and out of this fight.
Good digi in hand. I love it! Tryhard Thor finds the corner, but is quickly popped back from Maxi just as soon as he finds his success. Now a one situation for Linkser there over on the backside. Tries to play off the back end of a knockdown shield, and Alliance from the edge. We talk about the chokes. We talk about them finally arriving from above. Hockey's is looking low, but Effect with Wingman in hand looks to punish, but they can't breach an energy barricade.
I mean, they're trying to do their best. Effect, only one left alive. Wingman in hand, trying to be able to fight this. Bambino is here playing this knockdown shield. That's a 1v1 between this Effect. Trying to do his best to get here. Just needs to land like literally one bullet if possible. He's not going to be able to do it. Bambino comes out on top. Is going to punish Alliance for their green. Linkser somehow in this entire endeavor still alive, trying to be able to get those banners recovered. And it's just playing here, trying to loot through, maybe find a shield swap, maybe do something. Bambino did not have that much HP. Linkser's going to go ahead, pop the Phoenix Gate, and potentially try and take that 1v1 themselves. On the other side, though, underneath this building, look who it is. It's E6, still alive and well, playing a little bit of a troll as they are underneath this building.
Meanwhile, the 1v1 for, I wouldn't say all the marbles, but for at least Bambino's sake here comes to a head. Linkser with the dominant position in the end finishes the job and barely has managed to find a slide down into 8th there. Pops the battery as Infinite goes out, and I mean, as a rat is just barely going to keep this one going here. But this is what I want to see. 2R1C. They have one of the best spots for this end game.
Yeah, you can see everybody who's in those buildings behind them. They got some cover to work with. They can go on through. They have this building just absolutely laced up with fences. They've gained this building. It is theirs. They put their stamp on it. They own the title to it. So good luck for anybody that decides to try and push on in.
Notably, they're going to be playing kind of gatekeeper to a lot of these other squads. They want the position, though, that is held by a squad ahead here. Aurora on the southern side. They're the ones, of course, to finish off Linkster. That sends Need More Bullets out. Granted, 8th place with that kind of KP, not a hard ending.
Oh, you're definitely still feeling pretty solid about this. Nessie is a squad still up and running. You see them jumping up, trying to get some tags in. Somebody's from behind, though, and it looks like, yeah, they're getting a Rolling Thunder potentially in on top of them, or a Valkyrie tactical, actually, is what that was. They are going to be able to reset. Ooh, I like this little angle. Hops on up. That could have been real bad for the team up on top. Thankfully, they run inside just in time. Phoenix Legacy, another one of these squads on the outside, maybe just waiting their turn to rotate on in. Crypto coming in clutch.
This is going to be that immediate, or we'll say huge fall for a lot of these teams here. Their Grace needs to be good. An Arc Star dodge from 07, but I don't know, even for Nessie, 07, any one of these squads that we're currently watching, I can't imagine them surviving much longer here. Zone incredibly punishing with no space to go into. They're wasting so much time on these kinds of exchanges, and that Rolling Thunder, I mean, you got to pray it does work.
Yeah, you needed to hit at least 2 of those squads to kind of give you the space you need to get out of there. Dark Veil does get committed by one of the cats. As you can see, they're just kind of holding here, and oh my gosh, Rolling Thunder comes on through. Arc Stars landing on through. JMW taken down. Bruce Willis taken down. Not many left alive. Phoenix Legacy does get eliminated. Thorfinn is up here with that Valkyrie tactical. Spots all 3 from below. The Thermite's going to tag them up a little bit as they start to back on up. And this squad is on the hunt. They're going on the high ground. They have the roof. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aurora, they're kind of just sitting pretty. They're on the high ground, on the rocks. They're kind of watching all of this go on down, while 2R1C seems to be inside, looking to maybe find some of these extra players who are just running around.
Surprisingly for 07, I believe as the third above 2R1C, they made it work. A perfect Rolling Thunder timed out well on top of that Dark Veil that gives them the ability to walk through the other side. I love this exchange over here. Nasky and Nags holding out on the building above, keeping pressure down on 2R1C. Amphi extending over towards the opposite side, kind of giving him that extra information, watching 2R1C's rotation, but also delaying what is Aurora taking space and giving what will be 07's further rotation into the center of zone here in a second.
Yeah, I love this positioning. Glad you called it out, right? I mean, you see 2 players are on the roof. They're going to say, oh, they're all 3 on the roof. Nobody is waiting for Nasky to be on the side. And the second these guys try and come on out, it's going to be a rough situation, especially when you have Aurora, who's right here, who's also trying to gatekeep as well, looking for more and more of them. Geeky has the Hemlock in hand. Look, and they know that Nasky's over here too, so they're making the call-outs. They're going to be one of the first teams to kind of move their way on over. 2R1C made their way inside that building. They got the Watson all set up. They're ready just to kind of hang out here. Some nice shots landing, though, with that wingman. Almost brings them on town. One more would have surely done it. Because now they're trying to go for the wrap.
Though, Aurora from height is just a danger to this lobby, even as a duo with 07 and 2R1C both moving in here. It's likely that they too are sharing more space than Aurora even has to deal with. This is like what we saw from Vamos Kire in game 1 with the bridge. Even as a duo, they might be able to win this given the spacing that they've created from the other side. Cart shared 07 on the outskirts, and now they're getting ready. Beams poised, time to choke.
Trying to get here, 2R1C. Everybody's so low. I mean, if anybody flies in here with any amount of damage, it could be game over. And Aurora, they've been able to push on up through. Geeky getting in some nice shots, just hanging out outside this door. It's actually just basically just going to block it. If they try and leave, it's not going to be enough. 07 gets eliminated. Black Hole gets committed from Geeky. That is going to be huge. They are waiting for them, keeping them just in the zone. One's able to make it on out, but Geeky's brings them on down, and this is just a flurry of eliminations. Aurora gonna be your map 5 winners.
As a duo, Aurora delivered there, and this is even more important to discuss. compared to say something like Vamos Kira in game 1, where it was just one person they had to deal with. 2R1C was a full force. All 3 members were up in the cart getting ready for the full send there. It was incredible. I mean, great utility, the thinking, everything to cover. Just drop down the grav lift, say, not today, and then turn right around. The minute they come out, beams left and right.
Yeah, that was really, really, really solid. I love what they did. Huge call out on that black hole, because I think it's just getting a little bit of that. It looked like maybe they were getting just 1 or 2 zone ticks, especially that late in the game, is like you're chunking like I feel like 20% of just somebody's health just by that 1 or 2 zone ticks, and sometimes that's all you need to put the pressure on them. So just patience from Aurora there. We saw them playing that high ground. They saw where 07 was. They saw where that last team was, and they were able just to kind of hold both and then finally make their way in at the end and be able to clean that on up. But that wasn't the only thing that happened at the end. Let's take a look, of course, at that end game replay, because whew, got a little hectic there.
One of the big things that we kind of have to understand in this exchange is how 07 comes into impact to R1C as well. Because granted, they are still up as a full 3-man force. Their exchange on the cart is definitely something that allows Aurora to have maybe the additional confidence in this scenario. But I mean, to note on top of that is the fact that with 07 collapsing on the outskirts, typically you would expect the cart to not be as good here for 2R1C. It's actually 2R1C who plays to the appropriate side of the cart and then allows Aurora on the upper height to put in damage on top of them that gives them the opportunity to survive on the interior, when usually you don't come out on top of this. Watch these angles here, and you might have to look at the kill feed to see it, but it is Aurora who actually puts down the eliminations on 07 to give them their lead here.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like 07, they knew where 2R1C was, and they were just like so worried about playing wide, and then they fly through the open back at them, and it was at that moment that I feel like Aurora was able to really get the damage that they were kind of looking for. And you can see here, they were a little hesitant. Like, they didn't have to push this fight, but the second they do, it's Aurora, like you said, it's the one who's finding all of the eliminations.
Uchaka with at least a great angle to secure it onto Amphi there, but Nags picked out on the outskirts, and with Nasky being the only one left alive, it's a quick cleanup there on the end, but great step from Aurora incredibly early on here, knowing that they have to suffocate this cart to lead to their win. And 2R1C, they try their best. I mean, dropping out the EMP, looking for the final swing. I mean, you're not a pro worth your salt if you can't clean this up from Aurora. So props to 2R1 as much as they could. In the end here, I think this is the first time we're truly going to see it. 12 points for the win. 12 points for all of their kills, 24 on the board. That should be the lead that Aurora needed.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora is loving getting that, right? Coming into this game, they were feeling pretty good, right? I mean, they were in second by 1 singular point with 42. Alliance was in the top with 43. Well, Alliance, they only score 5 points in that. Aurora snags 24. 07 continued jumping their way up the board with 3 eliminations, 7 placement points, 10 total points themselves. So we kind of see a number of teams making their way up the board here to be able just to find more and more points. And yeah, this is the shakeup we were kind of expecting. Passion on the way out. 07 stonks on the rise, but it's going to be Aurora at the top.
For Aurora, it is almost a done deal today. The closest being that of Alliance here, a full 18 points behind, just tying the likes of Aurora. You could probably start writing the checks behind the scene for this roster, as they have delivered where it counted even before Game 6 here. It's still not completely over, but it is incredibly tough for anybody outside of Passion and below to truly usurp this position. But I will say, it's still an incredibly tough race for the top 3 still here, even upwards or down to Shamani and Valkyrie there. It's 15 to 16 points on the outside just to get into prizing.
A lot to be had. We have 1 map left, Zephyr. I mean, it's going to come down to the wire. I mean, Alliance is a squad, though. Let's just say this could be one of those times. What if Aurora goes out early? What if Alliance is able to answer back with their own 24-point game? I think it is still possible. Likely, I don't know. But I think it's still possible given some of the squads that we have on in here. But that fight for second is going to be crazy. While we wait for this last final map number 6 to come online and get ready, we do want to remind everybody at home, if you're one of these viewers, go ahead. Zephyr's pointing up above him. Of course, go ahead and do ! Giveaway in chat. Scan that QR code with your phone if you want to enter for a giveaway for an eSwap X2. This thing is absolutely insane. I was reading the chat earlier, and when I mentioned, I was like, this is the controller that they used on LAN. Someone said, actually, this is even better than the one that E6 even used on LAN, right? So it's even better than what they had before. So go ahead, enter for your chance to win. We're going to be drawing that at the end of stream, so your opportunity to enter and get that is dwindling.
See, right there, it's that easy. Just pull out the phone, pop out the QR code, and you're a dunzo deal, and you'll get your hands on potentially one of those new X2 eSwap controllers. And trust me, we had Sineska pop into chat just a little bit earlier. Our friend, our coach, and our love from Element 6, and he said, guys, we weren't just using regular eSwap controllers. We were using the boosted, the goated X2 at LAN. All right. So get your hands on it while you can. Of course, like we said, after game 6, stick around. That's when we're going to be officially announcing who walks away with that. And not just that, right? We're also going to need y'all's help. Don't forget to vote for MVP stats. We're going to put them up directly in the Twitch chat, and you guys get to choose who walks away with that award here of the players that we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really fun thing that we're doing here. So if you guys have an idea of one of your players who you think deserves that MVP consideration, make sure you're spamming them in the chat at the time when we ask for them, because they have a chance to potentially be crowned the MVP. We would love to see that. But Zephyr, map number 6, it's coming up. Some of these teams, they got to go big, right? This is their last opportunity. Yeah. It's their last time. Number 1 of the teams that I think needs to go big, not that I think that they have any chance of jumping up the leaderboard. It's harsh, I know. Vamokere. I just want to see him win a contest, because so far these last 2 haven't been great.
It is insane how good Made in Heaven have made themselves look here. Let's take a look at where they put on the board now. 5th overall with 37 here, right? That is something that has been earned today. For folks at home who maybe weren't watching, it is a contest against Aftermath in games 1 through 3, then into a contest against Vamokere, who, while yes, is unproven, is still led by the likes of Kasher and brought over with guys like Kings from South America, who have been to 4 playoff appearances in the recent year. I mean, there are no sweats. Meanwhile, Cinetic Blue Whites, Arctic, a challenger circuit player who's, remarkably unproven. Tax, who just got into Pro League last split, and still 4 up on the board for these contests, have defeated Vamokere twice here and have pushed them all the way down to 11th.
Yeah, that's really the thing I want to know here. Vamokere at the end of those first 3 maps was, I believe, sitting top 5 or somewhere around there. And just off of these last 2 contests, literally being the 20th team eliminated with 0 points, have just, kind of dropped off. And this is kind of the where I get wary on contests. I feel like sometimes you have to make that call where after the first one, where if you don't win it, you say, hey, we don't have the time. We only have 2 maps after this to be able to kind of grab our points and be able to push on up. So maybe we don't go for the contest. Maybe we go somewhere else on the map. Maybe we try and make it happen. So maybe map number 3 is where they find it. Otherwise, Vamokere could find themselves in a very, very, very rough position.
Now, I will say for them, it's not completely over. And this is something that we're going to discuss with the rest of these teams as well. It's the fact that while 66 is a big number to try to eclipse with Aurora there, 40 is actually, a place where you manage to get into prizing, right? I mean, you don't just walk away with nothing if you walk into that one, right? So coming through there, it's mathematically, I think, still possible, kind of all the way down to roughly LVH. I think that's once you get to the 20 part margin, that's when it gets really, really difficult, because 20 plus past that is an insane game, and expecting teams like Infinite, Nestle's, LVH to have not only their best game of the day, but a game that rivals records is, I mean, possible, but I mean, difficult isn't even a word that I would use to describe it.
Yeah, it's definitely like pretty rough to look at that. I mean, especially as we get ready to move into the one last and final game. It's a kind of a traditional in battle royales. The last game is usually a little bit more of a bloodbath, right? You have like the teams who are at the top are trying to do their best to like play for positioning, get their KP where they can, and really just try and make it as deep as they possibly can. You have some of these teams that are in the mid pack. Sometimes they kind of just fly at everything because they say, why not, right? Like, there's no reason for us not to try and get just like a ton of KP and then be able to convert that into the placement points. So it can sometimes be a little bit RNG. It can sometimes be a little bit weird for some of these top teams. And I'll be curious to see if that's how this plays out in our map number 6. But you can kind of see there on the overall that we just have some teams that are really towards the top that are trying to make their stamp. Aurora having a considerable lead over the rest of the lobby. Alliance, though, looking to maybe make a little bit of a comeback and come on through. But great stuff overall here today. We didn't get a chance to talk about it in the game, Zephyr, but we saw a fuse on the map. We saw the fuse. Talk to me about the fuse. Yeah. Why are we seeing a fuse? Is there any reason why we're seeing a fuse?
I was about to say, is there any real reason? No.
I
was about to say, is there a reason we're seeing Bambino on fuse? Technically, no. In terms of an overall meta, I mean, you cut out a lot of the other options for a roster when you bring out a legend like that, but at the same time, it makes you kind of sit there and ask, why are we seeing Caustic and Wraith on players? Right? I mean, it comes back to the comfort and direction for a lot of these teams, and for Go Next, it honestly wasn't bad. I mean, in the exchange against Alliance where they went for that 1v1, it actually forced Alliance to go for a more aggressive take on effect with that wingman because he was being forced out by a knuckle cluster, right? It's a small exchange there that ultimately didn't last much longer as he went into the further 1v1 against Linkser, but it has its moments. It has its shining graces there that, granted, isn't enough to see it become the meta currently in ALGS. Is definitely something that has a potential threat. I say this as the like most unabashed fuse main in the game.
I mean, we can hope, right? We can huff the copium and hope that maybe Fuse comes back on in. I know, obviously Dia has his love of Rampart and waiting for Rampart to become meta. I'm here. At least my main. Actually, I'll be honest with you. My first main was an Octane, so I'm right there with you boys. I'm waiting for Octane to become useful again. Maybe Revtane comes a thing again. I'm crossing my fingers.
We're looking for full Octane reworks.
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's what they're going to do. They're going to drop the fat Octane rework, and then suddenly we're going to have Revtane back, but it's going to be the form from the shadows Rev with the 75 extra health, pop in a conduit, and then some kind of monster of an Octane to finally be relevant. And then that's when you finally get to, I don't know, you get whatever you get. I suppose it's joy.
Yeah, I mean, it's happiness, it's joy, it's just having fun, get to be a monster on the map that's there. But hey, I mean, I love that we're seeing some of these teams. They're pulling out maybe some unorthodox choices, some unorthodox legends, especially on this map, trying to make it work, trying to do whatever they can to maybe gain just a little bit of an edge on their opponents. But seemingly right now, today, from what I've been able to understand, I don't think these cheeky little things are what's going to be making the difference. It seems like it's a hardcore positioning. It's who can win these fights that's really kind of making it out for who's going to grab a large amount of those points and who's getting taken out early. I'm looking at teams like Alliance who are just taking the fight to people and are winning. And it was pretty insane to watch that 1v1 go down where, unfortunately, they did not make it out over Bambino. I was like, you have a wingman in hand. You literally need one shot, but unfortunately just couldn't make it happen at the end of the day. I mean, those are the moments that we definitely live for.
And it's crazy because it's not just that. It goes to show what Conduit can really do in that situation, because the energy barricade did so much damage that prevented Alliance, who looked actually really good on that take, and it was completely understandable why they went for the exchange, but ultimately in the end couldn't quite close the entire gap with that issue there. As a result, got wiped out. And it's the reason why currently they sit 1 or actually not 1 point. They were previously 1 point behind. Now they sit an entire 18 points behind the likes of Aurora there. So another one of those switch ups that we could potentially see going into this game, but it kind of requires Aurora going down early and not really walking away with anything. Alliance having an Aurora-like game.
Yeah. And I definitely think that's what we're looking at, right? Like Aurora has to go down early, like you just said. Alliance, they have to have like we're actually probably, I think even more. Let me double check. They have to have more than that type of game themselves. A 24 point game would almost, they'd be up by, they would have a 72 actually if they had a 24 point game. So they don't have to have as much, but like Aurora have to go down super early, and Alliance have to have a bang out game. They have to get those KP at least 10, I would say, and then they have to be able to come in first and second. So if they can manage to do that, there's a chance. There is a chance. We can never count them out. But the way Aurora has been playing, I don't see that happening, right? That's the reality of it. Aurora has been playing beautifully. They've been positioning themselves well. We saw in that last game just their patience, and then they knew when they had to kind of collapse to be able to win that fight, to be able to win the game. Their positioning is just great. I think Aurora is doing a lot of things really well, and I think that last game really just did what it needed to do in order to leapfrog them, obviously, to the top.
Yeah, so we'll definitely get the opportunity to see that there. A team that I'm kind of watching out for here more than anything, though, now is 2R1C. A big chunk of success off of that last game. Granted, not the most, astonishing ending as they got completely choked out there, but now they are in the position after being in the bottom 15 to now actually get at least into some form of prizing off of one good game. And one good game is what we have for you folks here. We did our best to work with the crashes. We did our best to work with everyone getting the opportunity to play, but in the end, we got the 20 squads, and we got the final moments for any of these teams to put the points that count.
Story of map number 6. Is the contest going to finally be broken? We'll have to wait and see. Full English is on their contest on the other side of the map, ready to make this one start to happen as they're looking for more. But Bryn's taking a lot of damage so far. Rip off of the armor thing. The conduit is there. Bryn goes down early. Full English trying to stay alive. I don't know if it's enough. Aftermath is here, and well, bye-bye, Full English. Thanks for playing.
Sadly, it is a 1-to-2 ratio for the Full English here in Overlook. Aftermath being the successors. And yeah, you know what? Maybe they had some warm-ups early on, especially taking it toe-to-toe against Made in Heaven. I'll tell you what, Full English, I am very excited to see what that roster can do in the future here for at least the extent of ALGS. Bryn, I mean, it's a huge return for him. I mean, it's been a very long time, and being once again alongside Noises to complete that Invictus Gaming roster or previous Invictus Gaming roster is a welcome sight.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we get to see some of these players get back on into it, right? I mean, it's kind of a tried and true story of players, who were in, the pro league, then maybe they dropped down to Challenger Circuit, and they were able to claw their way through Challenger Circuit back into pro league, and then or there's a roster shakeup, or somebody who maybe hasn't always had a great team is finally on a team that they vibe with and they can kind of see their full potential. It's always those storylines that we love to see. So, having somebody back in it like Bryn, being able to sort of kind of show that they still got it, show that they can be here, is something that we always thoroughly enjoy. The other contest that we've been watching through these last couple maps, seemingly there's finally some respect going on. Vamos just kind of let them maybe have Monument, and I think they made their way over to Fragment East.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if Vamos is a full 3. They might have been our squad that was facing some difficulties here, but we'll get the opportunity to potentially check in just a moment, as Vexed are in the area where we did just see them. Sadly, it's going to be my boys, 2R1C, who face difficulties on the other side. Yichaka the first to be brought down. Yarka and Thorfinn probably left behind in a choke from ahead, and kinda 30-30 hand will put 88 on the board. Granted, they've got to be careful here. Getting kind of pinched out from the launch site area.
Unlucky. able to find that purple shield, feeling good about it. You love finding a random kind of shield upgrade that's there. Oh, look at this though. Hyarka does get taken out as well. Aurora, your current point leaders are now looking to potentially take a fight at range here. Ooh, nice tag from Geeky with the 30-30. Seen a lot of players are loving this 30-30, and they are finding a lot of success with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know. I'm terrified to learn the reason of why it is as disgusting as it is, because it has been disgusting for a very long time, and it took the wingman being absolutely gutted to finally get people to realize how good the 30-30 was. Granted, I won't rant much longer. It's good. It's one of the best weapons. It's the second best, I'd say, in the game. For now, players, they're making short work of Nessies. They already drop out Bruce Willis or Tyler early on, as makes for a bit of an issue there, and now look to seal the deal on the final member here.
Yeah, that's just like that. Before we can even really talk about it, they get taken out. Nessie going down at the hands of players. So players finally maybe finding some successes. It looks like another team is deciding to move on in, trying to get the third party. Omo goes down very low on two of them. Thankfully able to get a little bit of the reset, but somebody's pushing on over. Some nice shots from Tello. Is looking for more. Comes on through Mozambique and hand from Kashera, and you were right, Vamakere. It's the two of them who are trying to push on in. Kings from the outside is very low. Will get taken out. Kashera just going to try and push on in, maybe do whatever they can. It's not going to be enough. Vamakere will get eliminated, ending their run here.
A bit of a shame there. It's kind of always sour to end it like that. But in the end here, Valmakiari faced many difficulties, especially with their starts here on World's Edge, but still at least managed to walk away with one win on the day of. But I'll tell you what, you were right about the call out earlier. It has gotten so aggressive in the final moments here of this lobby. Everybody knows they need to put up the points, and the likes of 07 Alliance now getting pushed on here. Effect can't even get into a good position of play. The Vexed 2v2 is now, well, a 2v1 here. Kinda looking low, but able to be able to hide behind the box, look for reset. It's just up to Koiful.
Koiful, you saw him do it. It's one other map trying to do it here. Car in hand. Gonna try and pop this shield battery behind the knockdown shield of the teammates. They fly forward, almost gets one, but not going to be able to. Alliance is eliminated. Reminder, folks, they were in second coming into this match, and well, being eliminated this far, they might have just let their position in second even slip from there. It is wide open now for somebody to come in and potentially take that spot.
If 07 and Passion managed to usurp some amount past 49 points there, I mean, that could be a donezo deal for the likes of Alliance, who have worked so hard today to put themselves on the board. And I'll tell you right now, as we jump over to 07, getting kind of an idea of their position, this is endgame material. They are playing hard dome on a southern pole. They are guaranteed to breach the top 5 if they play this one out smart. The next question now becomes, well, what will Passion do?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the fight between Passion and 07 right now to maybe see who will take second. I mean, if they both have a solid game, who knows? That they could actually leapfrog, push Alliance down to 4th. We could be seeing 2nd and 3rd there. But as long as Aurora doesn't really just absolutely bow out now, I feel like it's pretty safe to say they're feeling pretty good in 1st. So we'll keep an eye on some of these other squads like Made in Heaven, who are over here trying to just hold down from a different area, but they are getting detected on the sonar, so they know they're not alone. You know, there are at least probably a couple different squads here.
For Made in Heaven, this is one of those rosters that knows they've got the chance off of their points. One that doesn't is LVH. A struggle in their own right there. They had their embers and they got to strut their stuff. Kind of one of the first times we've gotten to see the LVH roster since PLQs, where they qualified in the very final week with their win here. And granted, growing pains for everybody in the ALGS. But I'll tell you what, Dandro, maybe you'll get some extra answers on the Fuse pickup here. Bambino in play, ticking away, barely able to find some heals off of that gold shield and see if they can spot it. Oh, that's such a push that gives Kashi what could have been good damage. Instead, he finds just a crack.
Finds just a crack. Another player pushes in, brings him on down. Maxi goes down. Bambino, only one left. And this is E6 pushing on in. Cracks did get taken out. So these trades need to make sure that they come in. Make sure you get this elimination, because otherwise you don't want to be spending your time kind of playing around. Arcstar will land on, and his slab is going to be able to find it. Go next, getting taken out. The revive will happen. They are edge of zone, though. Just gotta be a little bit careful that nobody heard that fight going on and they start to gatekeep you. But look at this. Look at this. Zephyr made it happen. Cinetic from the top is gonna find Kurev, who's just trying to lurk from below. Is this gonna be just a free pickup as somebody else is on the outside trying to make their way in? They are not gonna make this easy for Aftermath, who wants to come on in. So much so that they're getting aggressive. They're pushing on out. Black Hole will stop them from going on in. Follows it up with the Arc Star. He does manage to land as they are starting to fly on through. They want to be able to bring them on down. Hot on the heels. Can they find this elimination? They can. Oh my gosh. Aftermath trying to just rotate through the cave, not letting it happen.
I'll tell you what, it's dirty, it's nasty, but it's a play that works, but it's one they're going to have to continue to defend here. Infinite, though, walks in as a solo. It is a full wipe there, an energy barricade now forced to be dropped out. Samuel looking worse for wear as well. It's just Kizaron, and they might have just given a full 3 KP over to the likes of Made in Heaven here. They gotta look for a minor recovery as Kizaron is pulled far and away, and now Aurora are getting involved here. Remember, for Made in Heaven, if they go out now, they lose their chance to push for top 3, even as good as these moments have been.
And Aurora's here playing cleanup. We saw them roll on in. Origin is going to be able to find one. The Rolling Thunder comes on through, goes wide. Going to be able to find Made in Heaven. They get knocked out. KP swinging in the favor of Aurora as they find another one as well. This is absolutely what Aurora wanted. They just come in, they play cleanup. They're just finding all these little solos. They're getting this KP. And this lobby is dying fast, Zephyr. We are just a little bit into zone number 3, and we are down to the last 11 squads.
At this point here, with Made in Heaven down, it is and Alliance, the top 3 running might just be between 07 and Passion here. Between the two of them, Need More Bullets is the next closest at 35 points, but even that is something that looks very difficult, where we just checked in with Passion in 07. 07 with a very dominant position in the dome. Passion on the outskirts, poised for a rotation into that zone 5 that we can already see.
Players doing a great job just holding this high ground, gaining the information where they can. You can see they know where that next zone is about to come on through. They have a solid idea of that. But Aurora seemingly not done yet. They look to kind of play through this vault cave. Maybe find another squad that's over here. Seems like the map has calmed down a little bit. We had a flurry of eliminations over here that somehow has calmed down a fair amount. E6 was one of those squads that was trying to make it happen. I'm just trying to stay alive.
It's a solid start up there. For Need More Bullets, this is another roster that faces difficulties here. No G-Dolphin this time around. And for them as a duo, kind of being set up for their end game is incredibly tough. Granted, you know, you're in one of those moments where you're kind of hoping for a result ahead of you, like Passion 07 to drop out. And granted, Alliance and Made in Heaven have, and you never know how it is to fare. They've survived this far into the top 11. See how much further they can go here. Passion, though, that's just such a nasty position in the zone. They are the dominant position zone. That cart will last all the way into the final moments of this game here, and unless it is completely pressured out, I think that is that's tough.
Yeah. I mean, look at how much all of these teams have to push on through. Like, this zone just it's kind of gross. I think gross is the only name I can really think about it. So much of it is just wide open on this outside of dome, right? And you got maybe a little bit of time to play. You got that one cart like you mentioned, but other than that, you don't have a lot to work with, unfortunately. Infinite finally getting taken out. E6 will be able to find that one as we get to our top 10 squads. Potentially more of those slab firing those 30-30 shots into the smoke, able to find one is cracked. Gonna maybe try and look for themselves. Does have the Rolling Thunder available if needed. They could kind of gatekeep this tunnel a little bit if they so choose.
This is a really solid start, or one of the best games that we've seen from E6, and down in 12-23, it's not likely that they walk into prizing, but I mean, just their response after having their struggles today is something that I like to see for a roster that is particularly new. Vex, though, they're kind of popping off. This is the best game we've seen from them. Kill leader in the hands of Kinda right now at 6 on the board with 2 additional. That's 8 KP that they have picked up for themselves. That will balloon them, at least right now, into the top 10. I mean, it would have to be literally absurd, and they'd have to wipe out every other squad in this lobby to get in the top 3. But hey, I mean, I'll take one game of good success.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of look back at the one good game. You know, you can feel like you ended the tournament on a good note. Maybe you didn't get into the money, but at least you say, hey, you know, we ended strong. That's what matters. You know, you can feel good about it. Aurora. Ooh, in a fight right now. Here's the Rolling Thunder comes on through, looking to be able to have the black hole go on through. Geeky is here, trying to light it up with the Arc Star. Is able to get a tag, finds a 1, but gets pushed up. Geeky has to be careful, though. Gets taken out. Circling on the other side. Trying to be able to pop this shield back, able to get it. OJ finds 1, is looking for 2. That's actually going to be Vex taken out. Circling, only 1 left alive, though. The other 2 teammates are down. Going to go ahead, give him a little friendly love tap, trying to get them into the zone so that way maybe this res can come out, but the Thermite is going to stop that from happening. There is the Thirst circling, very low HP. Going to try and make it happen. Aurora does go down in 7th place, but oh my gosh. They still are feeling good.
Ultimately, in the end, that is a done deal for Aurora. Is it enough to keep them in the top? Instead, we look toward teams like Need More Bullets, 07, Passion, Element 6, 4 of our 6 squads remaining. 07 looking to get really aggressive here over on the side, trying to break through what looks to be a double control setup. Both a Catalyst and Watson on the interior here.
We know how tough that can be, just with all of those resources stopping that from happening. Linkser not able to stay up. Need More Bullets, gonna get taken out as Grandmaster from range. He's able to go through. Passion, one of our other squads, still up here. We saw earlier they wanted this cart for their own, and they're able to hold it as they're starting to fly on in. 0-0 still up. Wow. EQ will get taken out. Denze is going to be able to make it back to the cart, but they might be spotted now, and they might have a lot of pressure put towards them.
Meanwhile, for 07 here in the interior, they still haven't solved the problems regarding the interior of Yuang, which is starting to try to poke out and look for a response. Something to note, though, is the fact that they don't technically have to leave this building yet. They still have the opera to play through it, but I love this from Sonya. Great side angle, but it comes at the cost of Arco on the end here. Push through to try to seal the deal, to try to save some semblance of their performance. Top 5 is where they will find themselves. Granted, a much better representation than anything we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, UAIM finally able to make something happen after we saw them take that map number 4. Looking to maybe have a little bit more impact in today's event, but seemingly, you know, obviously, Sorepoint was not their forte. Meanwhile, Element 6 here want to end their own tournament strong. 2 are taken down. It's all up to K Swinney now, though. Maybe potentially might try and snag the res. A bow check, though, in the hands of Denze is absolutely frying them up. Players will get taken out as they're pushing on through. 0-0 goes down as well. Denze is able to get the shield swap. Not over yet. Going on through. It's a 1v1, and 07 will be able to take map number 6. And I think with a fair amount of KP, we could see a shakeup on the leaderboard here. 07 might have just done something to make themselves get into the money.
It is really tough to say here. For 07 and Passion, before this game, they were both at 40 points here. We talked about their setup from the very get-go. We knew for a fact that 07 were going to be delivering into the end game, at least into the top 5 from their position. It was just a question of where would the teams around them fall. We saw Alliance go out particularly early, Made in Heaven as well, which kind of led it to a mono-e-mono fight there. So like you said, it'll really come down to the final numbers of whether or not Passion or 07 walk away with second or third. Because I think we know who won.
I do think we do. They made it pretty deep. They had a solid amount of KP in their hands when they were eliminated. I would be surprised if Aurora was not at the top. But I am curious about the other placements, though, because a lot of those other teams were definitely in a position to maybe knock around some of those second and third placings that were there. So I'm definitely excited to see how that leaderboard does shake out. But let's take a look at that last final moments while we can. Of course, at the end of that map, because it got a little bit of a crazy over at Dome to be able to have this final sort of end game play out.
And I'm kind of sad that we didn't quite get to see the other side here, because it was an immaculate push from the remnants of 07 and what could have been a poor start. Instead, it was the full 3-man realizing there was an effective split, 2 on one side. And while Sonya comes back to try to reclaim some semblance of success, they don't even get a single drop. As a result, that leaves 07 as the only member on the interior here, which in the fight of Passion versus Element 6 and more, that's the best thing you can hope for.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely, like, they love just watching this fight kind of go out, because we saw at the very end, like, E6, you know, they were able to come out on top, but they were not able to enjoy their victory for very long, because right behind them was, of course, 07, who was just able to kind of come on in and just stop them from being able to happen, right? It's like Passion comes through, kind of wants to, like, third party a little bit. Okay, this is great, cool, but then out of nowhere, even if they win this fight, it's just 07 bringing it on home and taking, of course, that map number 6.
And that might be what seals the deal between 07 versus Passion on our final leaderboard, because at the end of the day, 3 points for the extra win on top of the KP that they pick up could be the factor. And it's crazy because that one started so early, with Passion losing out on EQ for just a simple peek 2 minutes before we even got to the end game. Had we not seen that, they would have been a full 3-man force and would have potentially been able to gatekeep 07 from being able to just easily walk out from the dome there. But I'll tell you what, hindsight is, well, 2020.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and kind of pause at that, but I do agree with you. You know, had they been a full 3-man squad, what could have happened in that map? Would 07 have been able to do what they were able to do? Could they have maybe taken that fight a lot more cleanly, get the reset, and then immediately turn their sights onto 07 and be able to bring them on down? It just kind of goes to show the butterfly effect that can sometimes happen in Apex, right? Where you have just like one little minor event that happens early on in the game, and the next thing you know, you're 4 or 5 minutes down the road and you say, man, had we not done that, had that one thing just not happened, we would be in such an insane better position now. But unfortunately, they're not. And when you have a player who goes down that early, it's unfortunately just a fact of the matter you got to deal with,
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it still is a great performance from both of these rosters. Remember, I know we love to kind of paint things in the context of the Element 6 Invitational that we see right here, and they're both very likely to walk away with prizing, but these are some of the first times we've gotten to see either one of these teams. Passion coming through from the likes of the PLQs, kind of winning on that one. And then on the other side of this, the new Nasky roster here. The first time that we have seen Nasky separated from the likes of Sir Del and more. So this is kind of, like I said at the very beginning, an appetizer.
I like that. An appetizer. An appetizer is a good way to put it, I feel like, for the competition that we have coming on up, because like you said, this is the first time a lot of these squads have been able to kind of come together, be able to show what they have. This is we have some new rosters for both Pro League and for Challenger Circuit that we know is about to start up here in the next couple of weeks. So we're definitely super excited to see how some of these squads are shaping up. We had a few of remaining teams that are tried and true that are here, that are now kind of being able to show up against some of these squads, mainly like Alliance, right? Even though they do have Koiful subbing in, it's always good to kind of see some of these squads that are tried and true be able to come together.
I would have loved to see what Yuki would have looked like in today's lobby. Koiful is fantastic, has made a huge, kind of pride for himself, being this new form factor coming out of NA and being a player that will have a long history here in Apex. But at the end of the day, there's something to say about having your teammate to play with. For Alliance, they go out early in our last game, and as a result, don't put up many points on the board. Let's take a look at those exact score lines. It is huge for so many of our teams. 07 with 19 and Passion with 11, though, is the most important.
Yeah, Passion with that 11 is maybe just sealed the deal on it. Really, really, really solid stuff. We gotta give a huge shout out to E6 as well, dropping the most points in the lobby of 20. The 7 placement points, but 13 eliminations to their name. Absolutely insane for them to be able to have. Players also having a very solid game, getting those 5 placement points, but then also 8 eliminations. So really solid stuff there as it kind of comes on down through. Vexed also had 8 eliminations, but only 2 placement points. You kind of called that out, Zephyr, where it's like, hey, if they can make it down deep, they can actually have a really solid banger game. And unfortunately, they go out in 9th. So had they just been able to kind of maybe get a little bit more placement points, they could be right up here with some of the others that we see at the top of the board.
Yeah, very, very top end finish for our final game 6 here, with almost all of our teams finding probably the most KP that they have seen all day long. But in the end, teams like Alliance, Valmakere here, go next. Made in Heaven, Aftermath, not able to truly put up a response that mattered in the end. And that really comes to its head, especially with Alliance and Made in Heaven here. Made in Heaven having the opportunity to kind of push forward like 07 in Passion that didn't quite pull off the same stunt. And for Alliance, 0 points on the board here. Even a single placement, even 2 or 3 points would have been potentially enough to keep themselves in the lead. But that performance might have actually just knocked them out of prizing.
It definitely might have. I mean, it's gonna kind of be a little bit of a weary situation. I know we got our admins on the back doing all the math, make sure that we can know that we know for sure what the results are going to be. But otherwise, huge shout out to all of these teams who are able to kind of play here today. It's unfortunate some of them didn't come online, right? We were kind of looking for some of them to maybe make a little bit bigger splash than we anticipated. But hey, this was a tough lobby at the end of the day when we look at some of these teams, and the fact that we have multiple different players, we have multiple different teams who were able to kind of win map to map to map and really kind of come online, just goes to show you what the strength of the lobby has. It wasn't the same 3 or 4 teams doing well every single game. It was like, hey, we had a couple games where the underdogs were able to kind of find their own, find a decent number of eliminations, find their placement points, and really just put up some solid games. So overall, really, really happy, with the day and what these players are able to put up.
Yeah, I really like the fact that we see, specifically when we talk about the LCQ teams, players, Passion, LVH, albeit it was rough in some regards. Teams like Passion and players go to show that, yes, I know they have previous Pro League experience. I'm not going to be the first to, dissuade and say, they're a completely new rookie roster. But the fact of the matter is that they just had to go through a grueling month-long process where they had to compete against a completely different type of lobby that completely adapts your play style, and then turn around and then have to change to that upper caliber that, while yes, they have the experience, they're still able to do so and then come through in a tournament like this and go top 3 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that that's like a really big thing they need to kind of keep in the back of their head, right? That, when you kind of come in through a qualifier like this, okay, you feel pretty good about that, right? You're like, all right, we made it through these teams. We feel decent. We feel great. You come into a lobby like this with some invited teams that all have some impressive accolades behind them, and you're able to put up, you're able to hold your own, you're able to fight back against them, right? I'm sure for some of these players, they look at teams, you know, like Aurora, like Alliance, like some of these other squads, and they know the players on them and maybe have looked up to them for so long, right? And now they're here in a lobby with them, playing against them, maybe potentially, you know, finding some eliminations, finding some picks on them, which would be pretty great. So I love that we were able to kind of have this mix of teams, right? You know, you always love a tournament where you get qualifiers into some invited teams to really just see the best of the best and really the skill kind of shake out amongst them.
Well, with all that being said here, we do want to remind the folks in chat that we have the final moments of our giveaway going on here. We're going to go to a short break here in just a moment. And when we come back, we'll not only be announcing the winners of the giveaway, we'll be announcing our MVPs. And alongside that, we, of course, will be announcing the top 3 winners of our prizing today here. So stay tuned. Don't completely walk away from the show just yet, because you could potentially be just as much of a winner as well.
I mean, listen.
You are the Apex champions. You are the Apex Champions. You are the Apex Champions. You are the Apex Champions.
Welcome back to the EXE Invitational. I know it's been a long wait, but we have settled it. The prizes across the board, whether they be players, whether they be viewers, we have found out who are the winners today here.
It's a wild ride that we've been here today through 6 games that we have our winners ready to be accepted. But we have a couple things to do before talking about our overall standings and our 3 teams winners. We have a couple other winners that we got to talk about that are here today. So the number one thing that we want to talk about is, of course, I believe the winner of our giveaway. Okay. We've been doing it all day long. It's an absolutely exciting time. Of course, taking home an eSwap X2 Pro controller. It is going to be Antoine. So if you are named Antoine, you are here in the chat. Congratulations. You are taking home an eSwap X2 Pro controller. So congratulations to you. Give some claps in the chat. If you're here, say something. We'd love to see you. And we'd love to say hello and congratulations as well. But those weren't the only winners we had here, Zephyr. We also had an MVP voting going on in that little bit of a break.
Of course, and this is pulled from the best of the best from today across the board here. And I know we were looking to do a particular vote, but instead we said, you know what? We're gonna nominate 3 and we're gonna award 3, the same X2 controllers here from eSwap for all 3 of these individuals. A massive congratulations to Oirin as the first coming out from Aurora as the initial MVP here. I believe alongside him, it'll be Yushako and EQ as well.
Yeah, some really good stuff here. All 3 of these players were just absolutely insane, all in their own right for kind of different reasons, right? I believe, you know, when we kind of look at all of them, I believe when we look at like EQ from Passion, just kind of had just some raw fragging potential. There's just so many times with that R9 would see him just absolutely rip apart somebody and come up on top. From Orain, from Aurora, was just kind of always that standout player, always kind of making the play, always doing something on the map to be able to ensure that Aurora was able to get the points they needed to come online. And finally, Yahako was always just there, always had the great positioning, was always being able just to find a couple of those eliminations that were really impressive. So, hey, we couldn't just pick one. We had to pick all 3. So congratulations yet again to all of them taking home that eSwap X2 Pro controller. But, hey, Zephyr, I think it's time. We were here. We played 6 games. We have overall standings, I believe, ready to go. We have some cash to give away to some people. So I believe we have the results. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. Who's on top, baby?
At the very tippity top, to no surprise of anybody, taking away the lion's share of our 750 euros for the likes of Aurora. And alongside them, it was in the end the win that counted. 07 in second with 500 euros for themselves and 250, of course, for Passion as well.
Some great stuff. Huge shout out, by the way, to 07 and Passion, right? I mean, 07 particularly for that last final game, really coming out on top, helping them just skyrocket themselves to be able to take second place away from Alliance. And Passion, they have been consistent all day long. So to be able to kind of lock it in that last final game and be able to come in third overall is definitely a really good feeling. But Aurora, at the end of the day, coming out on top, just leagues ahead everybody. 74 total points. Next closest being, of course, 07 with 59, Passion with 51.
And it was so close there in the end. Alliance, had they even just showed up to this final game. Had they not dropped an egg of 0 points, they would have been walking away potentially with third, or even maybe better if they had gone further there. Still, though, it is a huge dubby. Aurora 07 Passion, once again, a congratulations to the 9 players that be who have gotten themselves a handful of Elisa Soneiras there.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that they're able to come on in. I mean, realistically, this might be like a little bit of a glorified scrim for a lot of these teams, right? Being able to come on through, and the fact that they're able to go home with some cash on top of it, they are feeling fantastic. I love that we got to see a number of sort of these invited teams compare up with the qualifier teams, and just see some really good Apex overall across these last 6 games. I feel like there wasn't this insanely kind of gap of skill. Everybody felt like they could hang in this lobby. We saw kind of moments of greatness from, I feel like, every squad that was here. And so it was just a great day overall of being able to watch some Apex Legends.
Yeah, and it's the first taste of what we will see of the EMEA region for the months to come here. So get ready for it, whether it be once again, maybe even here, or potentially, of course, if you're a big fan of the ALGS. And that's the time I want to take now. Thank you for all of you coming out, watching, whether you be a fan, whether you be a player, a coach, a viewer, who knows, anything in between. Of course, a big shout out to the sponsors between Thrustmaster and eSwap for making this event possible, alongside Element 6, of course, the homestay, the main org, who also came through. With that being said, after an incredible 6-game series, once again, a final congratulations to Aurora. We hope between the two of us here, we hope you stay safe and have a good night.
You are the Apex champions.